Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up again!
Alright everybody, it's me, the Shy Hat, and we are HackerFrogs. Alright everybody, we're going to do HackerFrogs after school, and we see that on Twitch, Hack the Planet has responded to our redeem for Hack the
Not
Planet.
every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the devil's bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the devil's bedroom.
And thank you very much to Rustycore7 for redeeming all the things. Alright, everybody, we're going to be doing 3 different topics on today's stream. And hello to Defus. Defus, thank you for redeeming the Devil's Bedroom on Twitch. And Thonhe, thank you very much for saying hello. Hello, brother, what is up? We've got 3 different topics we're going to be covering today, and today is going to be Linux Hacking Monday. So we've got, so first of all, we've got our network hacking session number 9 going on. And in this session, we're going to be talking about Linux privilege escalation. That's going to be the theme of today's network hacking session. And in the second hour of today's stream, we're going to be covering the classic CTF lab. It's called Bandit. And Bandit teaches you how to do basic Linux operations, especially in its first dozen or so levels. After that, it gets more into the security side of things. But we're going to be learning Bandit, and we're going to be learning Linux from a very beginner's perspective. So if you're interested in learning some beginner's level Linux, then stick around for the second hour of today. We're going to be covering the Bandit CTF. Someone says, hello, we're doing Bandit today. Yeah, we're going to be doing Bandit today. We're going to be starting from the beginning. And yeah, we're just going to treat it like we've never seen the Linux terminal before, and we'll see how it goes. So that's the second hour of today's stream. And in the third hour, actually the third and fourth hour of today's stream, we're going to be doing some free hacking, and we're going to be doing some new challenges. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. K Martinez 915, thank you very much for following. And why don't you have a Nyan Cat on me? It's a classic meme. Alright, so the third and fourth hour of today's stream, we're going to be doing Docker Labs. So Docker Labs this is a website where you can download vulnerable Docker containers and deploy them on your machine and then hack against them. It's basically a very convenient way of doing CTF exercises, and each one of these Docker containers is not very big, so you can usually just download them as you go and then deploy the containers, do some hacking against them, and then after you're done, you can delete the containers. It's a very convenient way of doing it. Today we're going to be covering we're hopefully going to be covering 2 challenges. And someone says, have you done any machines from VulnLab? VulnLab is a paid service, and so VulnLab is it vulnlab.com? Yeah, vulnlab.com. So vulnlab.com is a pretty advanced CTF platform, and they're much more focused on doing Active Directory machines, Windows Active Directory machines that are linked together. They're very famous for their Active Directory chains. They're very challenging hacking exercises, and the creator of VulnLab is actually a very well-respected CTF player that participates in the Hack the Box website. So yeah, they unfortunately VulnLab doesn't have a free tier, so I only offer up exercises that are free for other users, so that everybody can participate together. You meant VulnHub. Okay. Let's see. We got X9 on YouTube says, love you too, man. Hope you're doing okay. All right, so you meant VulnHub. So VulnHub is another platform, of course. VulnHub is a website where you can download vulnerable virtual machines and do hacking against them. Unfortunately, It's very difficult to find anything on VulnHub because it's a bit of a mess. So for hacking exercises like this, where you have to download machines and then deploy them to your network, I much prefer vulnix.com because the interface for finding machines on vulnix.com is a lot more clean than over on VulnHub. Anyways, let's get started with our first piece of content for today. And the first piece of content is going to be doing privilege escalation with Linux. So if you don't know about privilege escalation, we're going to be teaching you about that. And we're also going to be working through a machine on, we're going to be working for a lab on Tryhackme.com. If you don't have an account on Tryhackme.com, then you can make one over at this link over here. Someone says, I'm doing the Mr. Robot right now. Mr. Robot. There's been a lot of machines named Robot or Mr. Robot. You'll have to let me know which platform you're doing it from, because I've covered a couple of machines called Mr. Robot. They seem to be pretty common. Anyways, this is going to be the room that we're going to be covering on Tryhackme.com. If you don't have an account already, you can go ahead and make one, and then you can access this room. But first of all, let's start our little lesson. So this is HackerFrogs After School Network Hacking. This is session number 9. So we're almost done with this course. We're going to be doing 2 sessions on Linux privilege escalation. And Rusty Core 7 says, can you type the Docker website? Yeah, so the Dockerlabs website that we're going to be using for hacking later, this is it over here. I'm providing it to everybody in chat right now. So welcome to HackerFrogs After School. This is the 9th session for network hacking, and let's go over the concepts we covered in the previous session. So in the previous session, we went over these concepts. We talked about file upload attacks. So file upload attacks are a type of web app hack where malicious files can be uploaded to a web server and then accessed on the web app, executing the code within the uploaded malicious files. So we covered the fact that there are 3 essential conditions that we need to fulfill before we can do file upload attacks. There has to be a way to upload files to the web accessible location. You can either use the web app via some sort of upload form or another service like FTP or SMB, etc., etc. Number 2, the upload location must be known to us. So it's not simply enough that we're able to upload something to the application. We also need to be able to find the application within the app to be able to access the files and then execute the code inside them. And the third condition is the app must be configured to execute code. For example, PHP code or ASP code. Most of the time in your beginner CTF challenges is going to be some sort of PHP application. But that was last time, and we're doing something else today. So what are we doing in today's session? We're going to be going over what is privilege escalation, otherwise known as PrivEsc. Just to be specific, we're talking about Linux privilege escalation. We're not going to be talking about Mac OS, and we're not going to be talking about Windows. We're going to be talking about Linux specifically. And we're going to be going over a couple of different vectors that we can do for privilege escalation. The first one we're going to learn about is using the sudo command for privilege escalation. The second type of privilege escalation we're going to go over is the SUID binary privilege escalation. And the third type of privilege escalation we're going to be talking about is we're going to be talking about how to use kernel exploits to do privilege escalation. So Shellblack says, privilege escalation, my eyes are open now. Hopefully. But yeah, hopefully you learn something new. And if you have any comments about privilege escalation while we're doing the session today, go ahead and let us know, because I like this to be more of a conversation more than just me talking at you. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Cataclysm, thank you very much, and you are now a HackerFrog. Why don't you have a Hack the Planet on me?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, and Shellblack says, want to learn privilege escalation. Awesome. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk a little bit about this. So this privilege escalation thing, what is it all about? Cataclysm says they're trashing our rights. Yeah, they're trashing the flow of data. Hack the planet. And Cataclysm says, thanks, glad to be here. Glad to see you here. Every time I go into the server, I can't be, I want to be root. Well, maybe you want to be root. Okay, so what is this privilege escalation thing that everybody talks about? So privilege escalation, sometimes just called Priv-esque for privilege escalation, that's the act of upgrading the level of access on a system, typically through abusing insecure settings or capturing credentials. So basically, it's finding a way to upgrade our access on a system. So in order to learn about privilege escalation, we're going to be using the Tryhackme education platform. So if you have an account over there, you can go ahead and access this room over here, and we're going to be using it to learn about Linux privilege escalation today. Cyber Dante says, good morning, hackers and frogs. Good morning, Cyber Dante. Nice to see you here. Okay, so let's go over to the Tryhackme room. And if basically what you want to do to access this room is you want to be logged into the Tryhackme website. After you've logged into the Tryhackme website, you can go ahead and go to the link that I provided to the chat, and you're going to see this web page appear. So what you want to do is you want to join the room. So for any of these Tryhackme modules, you can't actually access any of the materials unless you join the room. And there's this button over here that's located near the top of the page. It's a green button that says Join Room. You can go ahead and click on that. After you've done that, you're going to see that you've got access to task number 1, Introduction. So we're actually going to skip past some of the materials in the room, because what we want to do is we want to skip straight to the good stuff. And the good stuff in this case, is accessing the privilege escalation via sudo. So that's task number 6. So after you've joined the room, I want you to click into task number 6. And then after you do that, you want to click on the green Start Machine button over here. So under task number 6, there's going to be a green Start Machine button to the right, on the right-hand side of the page. Go ahead and click on that button, the green Start Machine button. After you do that, you're going to see this. You're going to see that the browser tab splits into 2 panes over here. You've got your left-hand side and your right-hand side. X9 says, on the next chance, try to look at Linux privilege on THM. Okay. But not completely sure what you mean. If you could clarify, maybe I could understand better. Thank you, X9. Password 1, nice password. Well, we're just trying to make it easy on the people who are learning over here. Let's see, privilege escalation. This is a room. Yes, this is the privilege escalation room on Tryhackme. Go ahead and use this link over here. So we're going to see that it's going to take a couple of minutes for this virtual machine to initialize. And what we want to do is we just want to wait it out over here. Eventually, after it finishes loading up, we might put it in full screen. But for now, let's talk about what exactly privilege escalation with sudo consists of. So let's go over here. Let's talk about it. So if a user has access to sudo or root access with any command, there's a possibility of abusing that command for privilege escalation. So basically, sudo, being able to run something with sudo means that you can run it as the root user. So if for some reason we have access to a machine where you can run sudo with some command, we could potentially abuse that command to get elevated access on the system. So we can list our sudo permissions in Linux with the sudo-l command. So in the above example, so over here, this is an example of a sudo-l output. So the user, this person over here, may run the following commands. If it says something like this, that means that the user is essentially an administrator user, and they can run sudo with any command. Let's see, X9 says, sorry, Linux Privilege Arena, Priv-esque Arena is the name of the room. Is that the name of the room? It looks like it's just called Linux Priv-esque, but let me Yeah. Yeah, it's just called Linux Priv esc, I think. So, looks like something's gone weird with our terminal over here. I'm going to reload the page. Okay, so we're just going to connect to the room. Awesome. So it seems like we're in. So we've got our Linux Ubuntu system over here, and we're going to just clear the screen. And then we're going to take a look and see what sudo permissions we have on this box over here. So let's see. This is task number 6. So we are the Karen user, and our password is password1. That's great. So if we type who am I, it should say that we're the Karen user. That's what it says. Okay. And let's see. So any user can check its current condition and the relation to root privileges using the sudo-l command. So remember, we just talked about how we can use sudo-l to take a look at the binaries that we can run with sudo. So it says here, user Karen may run the following commands on this host over here. It says all with no password. We can run user bin find. We can also run user bin less, and we can run user bin nano. So what does this mean? This means that we have root access with these commands right here: the find command, the less command, and the nano command. So let's talk a little bit more about this. So there's a popular website called GTFO bins, which can be used to look up whether a Linux command can be used for privilege escalation or not. So this is a very popular and convenient website, and let me go ahead and access it right now. So we can go to gtfobins.github.io, and I'll leave the link in the chat. And on this website, you can look up a certain binary inside of a certain Linux binary, and it's going to let you know whether or not you can do privilege escalation with it or not. So in the search bar here, Shellblack says give. Okay. So nano, how do you do privilege escalation? We're going to talk about how to do privilege escalation with all 3 of these binaries here. So there's the find command, the less command, and the nano command. So first, let's take a look at the find command. So we're just going to go over to GTFO bins here. We're going to look for the find command, and it says that we've got some different capabilities depending if we have different access here. So shell access, file read access, SUID access, or sudo access. So you can go ahead and click on the sudo button over here. And then this is going to bring you to the article on find. So here it says sudo. So if the binary is allowed to run as superuser by sudo, it does not drop elevated privileges and may be used to access the file system, escalate, or maintain privileged access. So if you can run sudo with the find command, then you can open a shell with it, with this command over here. So I'll just copy and paste this to chat. You can take a look at it yourself. But what exactly is going on? Let's take a good close look. So it says here, we're running sudo find, and we're running find in the current directory. But instead of actually looking for files, we're going to run a command instead. So this is one of a bunch of different binaries that can actually run different system commands inside of it. So it does so with this exec argument here. And using the exec argument, we run the bin sh shell. So the bin sh shell, it's a terminal. So we're basically getting terminal access with the find command. And because we run it with sudo, it's going to give us root access. So let's go ahead and run this command and get root access. Just copy this. Then we're going to go back to Tryhackme. In Tryhackme, we're going to paste in. Oh, can I paste this in? Maybe I can't paste it in. No, that's fine. I'm just going to type it in then. Shellback says, giving sudo, not asking for password. Yeah, so it says here in the sudo permissions, in the sudo list, that we don't have to give the password when we run the find command here. Thank you very much. OreoBite just rated the channel with 6 viewers. Thank you very much for rating the stream, OreoBite. Nice to see you. And what kind of fun were you getting up to on stream, OreoBite? Let us know. And welcome, Raiders. We're just learning about some Linux privilege escalation today. And we're just doing it over at Tryhackme.com. It's going to be this room right over here. So let's go ahead and run this command. So it's going to be sudo find -exec /bin/sh and then /semicolon and then -quit. So we're basically abusing the find command here with sudo in order to open a root shell. So when we run this command, you're going to see that our regular prompt over here, it changes from the $ prompt to the octothorpe prompt. So this is a pretty good indication that we are the root user. If we ask who am I, it says we are root. Okay, so let's see. OreoBite says just those easy low Linux boxes, not much to look at. Okay, and Shellblack says OMG. So yeah, we've got elevated access now because we use the sudo find command. We're going to demonstrate how to do privilege escalation with these other 2 commands as well. So we've got the less command and the nano command. Let's see. Thank you very much for following. CR1, Chris Serve. I'm not too sure how to pronounce that name. All right, but thank you very much for following on Twitch. You are now a HackerFrog. Hack the planet, my friend.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in the...
Okay, so, well, sometimes if a Linux box is misconfigured, it can be very easy to get root access with these pseudo programs. Anyways, let's look up the less program next. So what we want to do now that we have root access, let's just exit out of here. So we got root access. Now we're back to our regular. We exit, and now we're the regular Karen user again. Let's go ahead and use the less program to get privilege escalation this time. So we're going to go over to GTFO bins as usual, and let's look up the next binary. So the next binary is the less binary, and less is a method of pagination inside of Linux. So if you don't know what the less binary does, whoops, this isn't what I want to do. So basically, if you've got really long files, you can use less to be able to look at the file and use the up and down arrow keys. So we can run less with the etc password file, and that's going to let us look at all the usernames on the system. But we can also use the arrow keys to scroll up and down. That's what the less program does. That's what it does normally anyways. But what we're going to do is we're going to use the less program, which we have sudo permissions over, and we're going to get privilege escalation with it. So how do you do that? So let's go ahead and click into the less entry on GTFO bins, and I'll provide the link to anybody who wants to take a look at it themselves. So it says sudo. So if the binary is allowed to run as super user by sudo, it does not drop elevated privileges, may be used to access the file system, escalate, or maintain privileged access. So in this case, we're going to run this on we're going to run less on the etc profile file. It doesn't necessarily need to be this file. It could be any file basically. But while we're running less, we can actually break out of the less program by using the exclamation point special character, and then from there we can run any command we want to. And in this case, we're going to run the bin sh program to get an interactive shell. Because we're in the middle of running the less program as sudo, it's going to give us a root shell. Well, let's go ahead and try this. So let me copy this over to chat so you can see it yourself. Okay, so over at Tryhackme, we're going to do this. So we're going to do sudo less, and let's run it on etc password just for fun. So from here, we're looking at the etc password file, but we can actually interrupt the program by using the exclamation point. So after the exclamation point, we're going to run a command. So the command is going to be /bin/sh. It's going to look just like this. So after you hit enter, you're going to see the hash symbol again, which is an indication that we're the root user. If you ask who am I, we're root. Okay, so Net, is that your username? Hello, nice to see you here. You got some popcorn, and I like your Raspberry Pi avatar. That's great. Shellblack says, I use that sudo L, tells me all password, all, no password, all. Okay. That means you can run sudo with any command with no password. And thank you very much for following on Twitch, Ubukunubi. Thank you very much for following. And you're new, awesome. Thank you for the redeem. Okay, so let's give you a Nyan Cat. There you go. Okay, so we've just demonstrated how to get root access using the less command over here. So we can go ahead and clear. We're now root. We can go into the root directory. We can take a look at the root directory's contents. That's fine. And so so that's how you get root with the less command. We're going to go over one more method of getting root as using sudo, and after that we're going to move on to the next technique. Okay, so let's go ahead and exit. So after you exit, it's going to resume using the less command. So to exit out of the less command, you can just do Q to quit. So after you hit the Q key to quit, you now have control over your terminal again, and we're again the Karen user. Let's see, OreoBite says BRB GTG. Nice seeing you, OreoBite, and thank you very much for the raid. Thank you very much, and let's send you out with a desert frog. It's the cutest frog in the world. All right. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Stephen Evitz. Thank you very much. And we've got ads running on Twitch right now. So while the ads run on Twitch, we'll also run an ad on YouTube. And we're going to take a little water break while the ads run on YouTube so that nobody misses anything. Okay, so while we do our ads, we usually also like to watch the birds, because I've got a bunch of bird feeder security camera videos, and yeah, these are the birdies, and we're just going to take about a minute of break while we're waiting for the ads to run on all the platforms. But I'm going to take a little water break. I'll be back in just a moment. Rescore7 says, nice waiting video. Okay, so let's see. Someone says, are you the OwlSec Discord server? OwlSec Discord server. Mike.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in.
Thank you very much for redeeming Hack the Planet. Awesome. And welcome to the stream. Okay, let's put the birds away, and we're going to demonstrate one more privilege escalation method using the random, well, kind of semi-random binaries over here. So the last command we're going to demonstrate is the nano command. So nano is a text editor, a terminal text editor, and terminal text editors are usually a good privilege escalation vector with sudo if you're able to get that kind of access. So let's go ahead and look it up on GTFO bins. Mike says, "Sup, man? It's been a while." Oh, yeah, it's been a little bit, but welcome back to the stream. Nice to see you here. Okay, so on GTFO bins, we're going to look up the nano text editor here, and it looks like we can get elevated access using sudo. So we can go ahead and click on this, and I'll provide this link to chat. There you go. Okay, so what can we do if we have sudo access with the nano text editor? So it says if the binary is allowed to run as superuser by sudo, it does not drop elevated privileges and may be used to access the file system, escalate, or maintain privileged access. So basically, you just run nano, which is going to start up the text editor. Then you can do Control R. So this caret symbol here stands for the control button on your keyboard. So it's going to be Control R and then Control X. And then after that, you give the reset command. Well, this is all given at once. So basically, you run reset, and then you run the shell command, and when you run the shell command, you're redirecting standard output to standard input, and standard error to standard input. So basically, you're moving the data streams around so that you can interact with your shell. So let me copy this. I'll provide this to the chat. And let's go ahead and use nano to do privilege escalation. So back on Linux here, we're going to run sudo nano. So this is going to run nano as the root user. And now we're in the nano text editor. So we're just going to do Control R, which is read file over here, and then we're going to do Control X, which is exit. So we're going to do Control R, and then we're going to do Control X. So after that, it's going to ask us command to execute. So we can actually run a command inside the text editor, and most of the terminal text editors let you run commands, which is very convenient for us because we want to do privilege escalation. So we're going to run reset and then semicolon space sh1 greater than ampersand 0 space 2 greater than ampersand 0. And this is going to give us a shell. So it says executing, and then we see our familiar hash symbol over here. So we can go ahead and clear the screen, and then if we ask who am I, it says we are the root user. Shellblack says, how can I type before R? So you're asking, what do you type before R? So before you type, no. So the caret there, that means it's a control button. So the control button on your keyboard, that's going to be Control R, and then Control X. Let me demonstrate one more time. So I'm just going to exit, and okay, this is what you do. You do sudo nano, and then you do Control R, and then Control X. So on the keyboard, hold down your Control key, and then press R. And then after that, hold down your Control key and press X. So after that, it's going to say command to execute, reset, semicolon space, sh1 greater than ampersand 0, 2 greater than ampersand 0, and then hit enter. After that, you're going to get your root prompt over here. After you clear the screen, you type who am I, we are the root user one more time. Okay, so we just demonstrated how to use sudo commands to get elevated access. So while you're the root user, you can do all sorts of stuff. You can move into the root directory and all that other great root stuff. Anyways, from here we're going to exit. And when we exit, we're going to still be in the nano program. So we can just exit the nano program by doing Control X. It's going to ask us if we want to save the modified buffer. We say no. and then we can clear the screen, and we are now the Karen user again. Okay, so we've got a couple more privilege escalation vectors here that we're going to learn about. Let's go ahead and terminate this machine. Shellblack says you have a keyboard in English. Yeah, so we're using the English keyboard over here. I think most keyboards have a control key. You just need to find it where the control key is in your keyboard. Let's see, English keyboard layout. So if you're having a hard time locating the control key, it's usually, where is it? Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. That's why it's not working for me. Oh, you're using the French keyboard. The French keyboard should, let's see, French keyboard. Let's take a look. This is But anyways, look for a control key on your keyboard. Let's But yeah, it's usually going to be on the bottom row, close to the space bar. Mike says, I'm a noob when it comes to Nano. I've been a Vim user. Well, it's unfortunately sometimes you have to slum it and use Nano. I find that sometimes I have to use Vim as well. So it's not a perfect world. We can't always use our favorite programs. But thank you very much for letting us know, Mike. Okay, so let's go back. All right, so let's terminate this machine here. So to terminate the machine, we're going to go to the center of the screen, and then we're going to go down to the bottom. And then at the bottom of the screen, we're going to click on this button over here. That's going to terminate the virtual machine. And we're going to move on to our next method of privilege escalation. So the next method of privilege escalation is going to be SUID binaries. Let's see. So this is going to be task number 7. So after you shut down the previous virtual machine, you want to go over to task number 7, and you want to click into task number 7. So after you do that, you're going to see task number 7 here, privilege escalation SUID. After you do that, I want you to go to the right-hand side of the screen and click on the green Start Machine button. So this is going to start up a new virtual machine, and this is going to have another Linux virtual machine that we're going to be using for privilege escalation. So we're going to talk about what SUID binaries are first, and then we're going to practice taking advantage of these SUID binaries. So we're talking about privilege escalation via SUID binaries. So what are these SUID binaries? So SUID binaries are commands that are run in the context of the file's owner by default. So even if we're not the root user, when we run these SUID binaries, they're going to run as with the permissions of the file owner. In this case, in most cases, that's going to be the root user. And when we take a look at these files inside with the ls command, they're going to show us the S bit over here that's set. That means that these are SUID binaries. So most SUID binaries are owned by the root user, and certain SUID binaries can be used for privilege escalation. So we're going to be talking a little bit more about this after the virtual machine finishes loading. So let's go ahead and take a look. We've got another 41 seconds. Okay. But yeah, if you have any questions about anything we've done so far, please let us know in the chat or the comments. I'll try to explain as best I can. So basically, what we're doing with pseudo binaries or SUID binaries is we're taking advantage of the settings on these particular binaries. Of course, there are situations where pseudo permissions are completely safe, or SUID binaries are completely safe. We're just trying to illustrate some scenarios where we can use them to get elevated access. Okay, it looks like it should be running, but I don't see the desktop or the terminal rather. I'm going to reload the page. Capture Flags Not Fields says, just remember SUIDs are not the same as sticky bits. Yeah, that's true. That's true. All right, so we've got our virtual machine over here. We're just going to clear the screen, and we're going to look for some SUID binaries. Okay, so we can determine which SUID binaries exist on the system with the example find command above. So the find command is going to look like this. We're going to use find on the entire file system, and we're going to look for specific permissions on the file. So for example, we're going to look for -4000. This is basically the SUID binary bit we're looking for. And everything else we're going to redirect into the dev null device, which means we're not going to see any error output when we run our find command. Let me go ahead and let me type this into the chat so that you can see exactly what we're talking about. There you go. Okay, so let's go ahead and look for these binaries. So inside of the machine for this task, we're going to do find /-perm 4000, and we're going to do dev null. So if anybody doesn't know, so two greater than means that we're going to redirect the error messages into this device right here, which is dev null, which is basically a device that we use when we want to throw something out in a nutshell. Anyways, let's go ahead and look for these SUID binaries. So Shellblack asks, before that, use sudo-l. So sudo-l doesn't work in this case because we're not dealing with pseudo binaries anymore. We're dealing with SUID binaries. They're a different thing. Okay, so usually when you run this kind of command to get all of the SUID binaries, you're going to get a pretty long list of different binaries. And the thing you have to understand is that most of these binaries are not vulnerable to SUID binary abuse because they're meant to be run with the SUID binary, as SUID binaries rather. But what we can do is we can go ahead and grab all of these binaries here. We're going to copy them. Whoops. What is going on? Okay, so we're just going to copy all of these binaries here. And we can probably ask an AI if any of them are unusual. So I think I've copied them. Shellback says, this is what I tell you use. I want to know, how it's different. Yeah, so pseudo binaries are basically commands that you can run as the root user, and SUID binaries are programs that always run as the file owner, and usually the file owner is the root user, which means that sometimes they can be abused. All right, so let's go ahead and go over to some AI program over here. So for example, we've got DeepSeek. I'm going to ask the question, are any of these SUID binaries unusual? And then we will paste in the list. And this is a very good use of AI because AIs can probably look these things up very easily. And if you're not familiar with SUID binaries, then you're not going to know which SUID binaries are normal and which are unusual. It's usually the unusual ones that can be abused. So these are standard SUID binaries. Okay, great. So there's a potentially unusual or suspicious SUID binary here. Base 64, interesting, okay. So why unusual? Base 64 is a utility for encoding decoding data, should not be used as SUID. So we would use this command to check if this is actually an SUID binary. So I'll just copy this for people in chat, and let's take a look. So over here, let's see, lsla user bin base 64. Okay, so this is we're double checking that this binary is SUID, and we see that it is because we've got the S in the output over here. So what can we do? So like with the sudo commands, the GTFO bins website can be used to search for SUID commands that can be used for privilege escalation. So we're going to use the same website that we used last time. So GTFO bins, we're going to search for the base 64 command that we found, and we see that base 64 has an entry for SUID over here. So we can go ahead and click on that. And in the entry it says, if the binary has the SUID bit set, it does not drop. Elevated privileges may be used to abuse to access the file system escalator maintain privileged access as an SUID backdoor. Okay, so how do we do it? Let me go ahead and paste this into chat. So I think, yeah, we don't need to do this. This first part we don't need to do because we already have base 64 installed. We just need to do this portion here, which is specifying a file that we want to read. And the last part over here is we're going to use the base 64 binary to read a sensitive file. So in this case, we're not actually getting shell access, but what we are doing is we're getting privileged file read access. So we can use this technique with base 64 to read any file we want to on the system. For example, we could read the password hashes on this file system with the base 64 command with the SUID binary. So this is how we're going to do it. So it's going to be lfile equals file to read. Let's go ahead and Smomega says root SSH key. If it exists, maybe. But one thing that we can always rely on is that there's going to be file password hashes. So we're going to do, so the first part of this attack is like this. So $lfile equals, and we're going to specify the etc password file. No, the etc shadow file. So the shadow file is where the password hashes are. So we're going to specify that. It says not found. Not found. Not found? Wait. Oh, no. Sorry, we need to do lfile without the $. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. Okay, so lfile equals etc shadow. So we're setting this this variable. So after that, we can use base 64 to read this. So normally we can't read this. If we try to read it right now, it's going to say access denied or permission denied. So because base 64 is set as an SUID binary, we can do base 64 and then what is it? Base 64 and then lfile, pipe that into base 64 -d for decode. So when we run this, we're going to get all of the password hashes for the system. So it looks like root doesn't have a password hash, but we can read the other password hashes on the system for the other users here. And if we had some time, we could probably take these password hashes and we could try to crack them by using a program like John the Ripper or Hashcat. Okay, so this last let's see, was there one more? Let me check to see if the AI found any other. Yeah, it didn't find any other unusual SUID binaries. Oh, hold on. Let me look one more time. Okay, so we've got base64 su fuser mount at what is this command? I've never heard of it before. Anyways, just for fun, I'm going to take a look at the description inside task number 6. They might tell you about one more SUID binary. Okay. Huh. Oh, it looks like they want you to run this on the flag2.txt file. I wonder where that is. You know what? Let's go ahead and try reading that. So let's find out where that file is. Let's see, name flag2.txt. Looks like we weren't able to find it. What is the content of the flag2.txt file? That's strange. Am I looking at the... Maybe I'm not looking at the right section. I'm not looking at the right section. I should be looking at task number 7. Sorry about that. Okay. So what is the password of user2? What are the contents of the flag3? Maybe it's in the home directory. Maybe. Yeah, let's look for the flag3. Whoops, flag3 file. Find name flag. Okay, it's in the Ubuntu directory. So we can go ahead and read that. I don't think we can read it right now. So home ubuntu flag3.txt. Yeah, it says permission denied. So we can read this by using the base64 binary. So we're just going to define L file, and that's going to be home ubuntu flag3.txt. And then after that, we can read it by using the base64 command. So base64, the L file, and then pipe it into base64-d like this. So we've got the flag for this file over here. We might as well submit this. So it's going to be thm 3847834. Okay, correct answer. Okay, so before we finish, we're going to go over one more method of privilege escalation. So we just talked about how we could look for SUID binaries. Remember that to look for the SUID binaries, you run this command over here. And this will tell you what all of the SUID binaries on the system are. So it's up to you to do a bit of research to find out if any of these binaries, and most of them are going to be legitimate SUID binaries. You just have to find the odd one out that that can be abused. It's not guaranteed, of course. Fly and I, thank you very much for following on Twitch. You are now a HackerFrog. Have a hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in the...
Okay, so let's shut down this machine, and then we'll talk about our last privilege escalation vector. So go ahead and go down to the bottom, and then click on this button over here, which is called Terminate Machine. Confirm that, and let me put this stuff away. Okay, so we're going to be looking at task number 5. So task number 5 is called Privilege Escalation Kernel Exploits. Olivier Massey says, just watched Hackers Today. Got to head to Twitch for that sub. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Olivier Massey. Okay, so click on task number 5, and then click on the Start Machine button. All right, so Shellback says, new we're learning about sudo and suid. Yeah. So sudo and suid are some pretty common privilege escalation techniques, but there are a lot of different privilege escalation techniques, and learning about Linux privilege escalation is going to take a while. But I just wanted to point out some easier ways of doing privilege escalation first. So while the machine loads over here, we're going to talk about the last privilege escalation vector for today. So this is kernel exploits. So kernel exploits are hacks that target the lowest level of operations in an operating system. So the kernel is basically the software that runs your operating system. So there's a Windows OS kernel, there's a Linux OS kernel, there's a Mac OS kernel, etc., etc. So typically older versions of operating systems are vulnerable to kernel exploits. So kernel exploits are usually a little bit more difficult to leverage. We'll talk about that in a little bit. So the way we identify kernel exploits is we need to get the version of the operating system that's being used. So usually you can use the uname-a command inside of Linux to return the OS version for a computer. So for example, in this case, we're running Linux version 6.11.2, and you can do this with the uname-a command. So after we know the version of the Linux kernel, we could do some research about whether a particular version of an OS is vulnerable by using either the searchsploit command or by using a search engine. So if you're using Kali Linux, you can use the searchsploit command, and that'll be able to search for different kernel exploits. So for example, if you're dealing with the Linux kernel, you would do searchsploit Linux kernel and then the version number over here. So there are some particular versions of Linux that are vulnerable to known kernel exploits, but you have to understand that not all Linux kernel versions are vulnerable to exploits. Otherwise, that would be a very, very scary world indeed. Anyways, let's go back to Tryhackme, and we've got our virtual machine all up and running here. Okay, so let's go ahead and so we are running as the Karen user. So we're going to run the uname-a command to get the version of Linux that is being used. So we can see in the output that this is Linux version 3.13.0. Okay, so we could probably search for whether or not this version of Linux is vulnerable. We've got ads on Twitch, so we're going to run an ad on YouTube, and we're also going to watch the birds. How about these birds? We're going to be taking a little break for about a minute or so, and then we'll be coming back to our exercise. So this is just a little break because we don't want anybody to miss anything because they're watching ads. Okay, so I'm going to take a little water break. I'll be back in about... We're going to be taking a little break for about a minute, but I just need to get some water right now. Helpful Asky says, "Birdie, yeah." So we got the birds over here, and for your entertainment, they're just they're flying around. They're eating all the peanuts and sunflower seeds and stuff. They're having a great time. So to anybody who's interested, these are stellar jays. So stellar jays are the blue jay of the West Coast. On the East Coast, you've got the regular blue jay, which is the white and blue bird. This is the West Coast version. It's a black and blue bird. All right, let's go back and continue. Our ads are over. Awesome. Okay, so we've got this version of Linux. Helpful Askew says they look pretty. They're awesome birds. They're awesome little birds. They've got a lot of personality, and they're probably my favorite bird. Okay, so we see that the version of Linux that's running on the system here is Linux 3.13. .0. So we can actually do some research on this. So 3.13.0. Maybe we could do some Google searching. Linux 3 Linux kernel 3.13.0. Okay, and immediately we've got this over here. So it says Linux kernel vulnerability. And on exploit DB, we've got Linux kernel 3.13.0 to 3.19. We've got a kernel exploitation payload over here, and it looks like we're writing some C code. So we need to compile a little C program in order to do this privilege escalation. And let's see if they explain this in the Tryhackme page. So okay, so task 5, privilege escalation kernel exploits. So privilege escalation ideally leads to root privileges. They can sometimes be achieved by exploiting existing vulnerability, or in some cases by accessing another user account that has more privileges, etc., etc. So here it says the kernel exploitation methodology is simple. Identify the kernel version, search and find and exploit code for the kernel version of the target system, run the exploit. Okay, so what we want to do is, well, we've already done the research part. We found out what the kernel is for this particular system. And oh, they don't find and use an appropriate kernel exploit to gain root privileges for the target system. Okay, so it looks like we're going to be using the exploit that we found over here. If anybody doesn't know about exploitdb.com, this is basically a website where you can look up different exploits for different versions of software, and it's a very good resource. And coincidentally, it's directly tied to the Kali Linux searchsploit command over here. So searchsploit command. So Linux kernel, what was it? 3.13.0. Yeah, we've got this stuff over here. So let me go ahead and take a look. Jake Mr. Axe says, I use searchsploit. Yeah, searchsploit is a very convenient thing, especially when you're learning about security stuff using Kali Linux. So we've got our code over here. So what we're going to do is we're just going to copy all this code. Actually, we can just click on this button over here. We're going to copy this code, and then we're going to create this C file. So it says exploit title ofs.c. Okay, so we're going to go to Tryhackme, and we're going to create this C file. So nano ofs.c. Hopefully we can paste this in. If we can't paste it in, it's going to be very, very hard. Paste in? Nope, we can't paste it in. Oh no. Man, how are we going to do this? Oh, we have SSH. That's true. We could SSH into the box instead. Hold on. I'm gonna view this in full screen. Maybe we can get our paste ability by doing this in full screen. Okay, so we're now looking at the virtual machine in full screen. I'm gonna try pasting in. Nope. Let me copy this and then go over to, can we paste? I don't think we can paste. Wow, that's because we certainly can't copy all this by hand. This is too much. And we can't, I don't think we can download anything from this machine either. Start typing. Yeah, no, I'm not going to be starting. I'm going to type on this. Okay, anyways, let me get out of here. How do we do cut and paste here. Let's see. It says you can transfer the exploit code from your machine to the target system using simple HTTP server, Python module, or wget respectively. Okay, so it looks like normally the attack box has clipboard enabled, etc. So I don't think it's because this one, yeah, we're gonna have to use the attack box. Okay, we can actually use the attack box to access the system. So we're gonna go up to the top here, and then we're gonna start the attack box. This is a little bit more than what I wanted to do for this exercise. So go up to the top of the screen, click on the Start Attack Box button, and that's going to start up another virtual machine. So we're going to have to wait 2 minutes for this to initialize. But after that, we're going to be able to use the credentials with SSH to log in to the machine, and then we can start our moving over the files. But it's kind of disappointing that we can't just paste into that terminal there. If anybody has success pasting into the terminal, let me know, because I haven't been able to find a way. Copy and paste the text file. Yeah, for some reason the copy and paste isn't working on that terminal. Maybe it's an old room. I think it is a pretty old room. Let's see. Failed to connect to the server. We got the attack box. Access to desktop in 1 minute. So we're gonna have to wait another minute or so. How old is this room? So it says here that this room was created this many days ago. So that's like 4 years. This room is pretty old. Anyways, we're just gonna have to wait for a little bit. Okay, we've got a clipboard over here. That's a good sign. We could potentially paste in our exploit code here. So in the clipboard, we're going to paste in our exploit code. Okay, so we're going to hit enter. We've got our attack box desktop here. This is what we're going to do. We're going to access the vulnerable machine via SSH by using Karen and password 1. But we need to get the IP address. So the IP address is up here. So this is the IP address. We're going to open up a terminal. Then we're going to run SSH Karen at 10.10.196.221. Do you want to continue connecting? Type yes. Karen's password is, what was it again? Password 1. Okay, so now we have access as the Karen user via SSH, and we can start creating that exploit file. So we're going to nano cfs.c, and then we're going to copy the exploit code. Then over here, we're going to open up our clipboard. In the clipboard, we've got the exploit code. So we're just going to paste this into the terminal. Okay, awesome. All right, so now that we've got our exploit code here, we need to find out how to compile this. So I'm pretty sure usually if there's a special method to compile, it'll tell us. And we just need to, yeah, so this is the command we use to compile the file over here. So it's just going to be gcc and then this. Let me copy this. I'll provide it to the chat. Okay, and let's save out the file. Permission denied. Oh, okay. Let's save it, and let's save it to the temp directory. So tmp/cfs-c. Save file under a different name, type yes, okay. So now it's going to be in the temp directory now. So let's go ahead and use the command to compile the program. So what we just did was we made a file with the exploit code, but it hasn't been compiled. This is a C program. We need to compile the program before we can run it. So we just do gcc ofs.c, that's the C file, and we're going to output it as ofs. Okay, we're not we're not in the temp directory. Or were we? We were, right? Yeah. Hold on. GCC tmp. Let's make this very ofs.c. Output is going to be tmp/ofs. No input files. Order of the, oh, okay. We need to do the flags in the correct order. Hold on. My file name, oh, did I type in the incorrect file name as well? Okay. So GCC output to tmp ofs, okay? And then the file is called, oh, the file name, right. Sorry, it's supposed to be, I misspelled this. It's supposed to be OFS, but I called it CFS. That's my bad. Okay, so but that's supposed to be OFS, but we're going to use tmp cfs.c. Man, you have to spell everything correctly, guys. Okay, so that's going to compile the program, right? And then after that, we see in the directory there's the OFS binary. So I don't think it's executable yet. So, oh, it is executable. Okay. So all we need to do to run the exploit is to run the program, and the program is going to take advantage of the kernel exploit, and then it's going to give us root access, or at least I think it's going to do that. Let's run the program. Okay, easy peasy. Who am I? We are root, and we just used a kernel exploit to gain privileged access. So let's move into the root directory. Whoops. And there's nothing in the root directory. That's funny. Okay. All right, so that took a little bit longer than we expected, but we managed to get there eventually. So that was so basically most of the time when you do kernel exploits, and kernel exploits are actually not recommended most of the time, because a lot of kernel exploits can make your system extremely unstable, and a lot of kernel exploits will eventually lead to crashing the computer. So that's why kernel exploits are not very often used. But yeah, they are a vector for privilege escalation. Anyways, let's go ahead and finish out today's lesson. Let's terminate the machine. So there are two machines, let's terminate them both. And let's talk a little bit about what we did today. Okay, so let's review the network hacking concepts we learned in this workshop. So we learned about 3 different privilege escalation techniques, and the first one was privilege escalation via sudo. So if a user has sudo, that is root access, with any command, there's a possibility of abusing that command for privilege escalation. So you use the sudo-l command to list out what commands you can run as sudo. If you're an administrator user, you can run sudo with any command. So we talked about we talked about privilege escalation with SUID binaries. SUID binaries are commands that are run in the context of the file's owner by default. And most SUID binaries are owned by the root user, and certain SUID binaries can be used for privilege escalation. So remember that whether we're talking about sudo binaries or SUID binaries, The website that we can use to look up whether or not we can do some sort of privilege escalation with them is going to be GTFO bins. It's well, I don't know what people did before this website existed, but they probably didn't have as good a good time and when they were looking up Linux binaries to do privilege escalation. Okay, and the last thing we talked about was privilege escalation via kernel exploits. So kernel exploits are hacks that target the lowest level of operations in the operating system. Typically, older versions of operating systems are vulnerable to kernel exploits. The way you do privilege escalation via kernel exploits is to first identify the version of the operating system that's being used, and then checking whether or not that version of the kernel is vulnerable to a kernel exploit. So via something like exploit DB or searchsploit. Okay, all right. So that was HackerFrogs After School network hacking session number 9. There's going to be one more session. So in the next HackerFrogs After School network hacking workshop, we're going to be finishing our look at Linux privilege escalation. We're going to be coming back to the same room, and there are a few more techniques that we haven't gone over. Specifically, I'm going to be talking about capabilities. We're going to be talking about cron jobs, and we're going to be talking about path hijacking. So these 3 over here, that's going to be in the next session. It's going to be on, what day is it today? Today is Monday. Yes, Monday. Anyways, we're going to be talking about that on Wednesday. All right, so please look forward to that, and that's it. All right, so we're going to be moving on to our second part of the stream, and in the second part of the stream, we're going to be learning very basic Linux commands using the Bandit CTF. So if anybody doesn't know, Bandit is a very well-known CTF game that's used for learning about security and learning about Linux. And we're going to be starting off with level 0 today, and we're going to be going up until level number 4. So first of all, we're also going to be doing some explanations. We're going to be going very, very slowly, and we're going to be talking about exactly what we're doing in these levels. Because the Bandit CTF game was aimed at beginners, if you don't know anything about Linux, you can still participate, and we'll be telling you how to do that. If you don't have access to a Linux machine, that's fine. I think you should be able to use JS Linux, which is a web accessible Linux machine. I'll give you the link for that. Sometimes these machines are able to access internet stuff on the internet. Sometimes they're not. So for example, if we ping 8888 on this machine, okay, it looks like it does have network access right now. Net says, do you have a GitHub? Yeah, we do have a GitHub. Everything from the HackerFrogs program can be accessed from this GitHub right over here. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Clean Fabric, nice name. Welcome to the HackerFrogs. And why don't you have Nyan Cat? There you go. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. If you want to play along at home, you can access this this machine over here, which is a Linux virtual machine that's accessible from the web. Thank you very much for Clean Fabric, just subscribed on Twitch. Thank you very much for the subscription, Clean Fabric. Why don't you have a special redeem? How about it's a Unix system?
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Who knew that knowing how to use Linux could defend you from dinosaurs? They knew about it all the way back in Jurassic Park, which was actually a long time ago. Okay, so let's see if we can I'll try to see if I can use this terminal here to access the Bandit CTF game. Okay, so I'm going to do a little intro and outro for each one of these Bandit levels because I need to turn all of this stuff into YouTube videos eventually. So you can say hello YouTube because all this stuff is eventually going to be on my YouTube. Anyways, let's go ahead and talk a little bit about this. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Bandit CTF, for Bandit CTF labs, which are available on overthewire.org. So Bandit is a CTF game, CTF war game that is aimed at absolute beginners. So basically what Bandit is a series of challenges where you have to use Linux skills to gain access to a password. And the password that you find on any individual level is going to give you access to the next level. So for example, if you go to the Bandit level 0, when you solve Bandit level 0, it's going to give you the password for Bandit level 1. And on Bandit level 1, you're going to get the password for Bandit level 2, etc., etc. So the way we access Bandit is through using the SSH program. The SSH program is a secure way of accessing remote servers. That is to say that it lets you log into computers that are not your computer. And we're going to be accessing it via terminal access. And terminal access means that we only have a command prompt. Basically, we can only type into the terminal to give it commands. So let's talk a little bit more about this over here. So Bandit 0. What we're going to do first is we're going to access the server. So on Bandit 0, first we need to access the server using the SSH program. First thing we need to do to complete the Bandit CTF challenge is to use the SSH program to log in. So we're going to log into the server, and we're going to use this command over here. So let's go ahead and access a Linux terminal. So just so everybody can play along, I'm going to be using this terminal over here from JS Linux, and I'll provide the link to the machine over here. Can I make this bigger? Can I make this bigger? I can make it bigger. Okay. Okay, so after you get access to the Linux machine over here, we're going to do this command. So it's going to be SSH, and it's going to be Bandit 0, and this is the username. Bandit 0 is the username. We're going to specify a server by using the @ symbol here, and then the address of the server, which is bandit.labs.overthewire.org. The last thing we need to do is we have to specify a networking port to communicate with the server at, and that's going to be -p space 2220. After we give this command, it's going to say connection reset by peer. Let's try this again. So sometimes it takes a couple of tries. Okay, so now it says the authenticity of the host, this host over here, can't be established. It gives us a fingerprint. Are you sure you want to continue connecting? We want to answer yes. So because we haven't accessed this server before, we need to verify we want to access it. Type in yes, hit enter, and then we have to give a password. So the password for this level is going to be Bandit 0. So that's the same as the username that we provided up here. So type in Bandit 0 and then hit enter. While we're entering the password, we're not going to see any feedback from the terminal here. That's intentional. So just type it in and then hit enter, and then we're going to get access. Okay, so I'm going to make the terminal a little smaller, and then go up, scroll up a little bit. Okay, so anytime we access the terminal like this, and we find that the screen is a little bit cluttered, we can clear the screen with the clear command. So just type in the word clear and then hit enter. Okay, this is what we want. Okay, So let's talk a little bit about what we're going to be doing in this level of the game. So the first thing we did was we used the SSH program to log into the server as the Bandit 0 user. After that, we're asked if we want to continue connecting. We need to type in yes and then hit enter to confirm that we want to connect. So then we're asked to enter the user's password. We type in Bandit 0 and then press enter. So while we're typing in the password, you're not going to see any feedback from the terminal. This is normal. This is normal from any Linux terminal. Okay, so the next thing we need to do to complete the level is to access the directory's contents. So each location inside of a file system is called a directory. And in Linux, we can use the ls command to list out the contents of the directory. So when we use it here, we see the README file. So we can go ahead and run the ls command. So just type in ls, hit enter, and it says here that there is the README file in here. So this is the contents of the directory. ls gives you the contents of the directory. So what do we need to do with this file? So what we're going to do is we're going to read the file by using another essential Linux command, and that's the cat command. Thank you very much, Glog78. You are now a HackerFrog. Thank you for following on Twitch. And let's give you a hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so to read a file with the cat command, we just need to type in the word cat and then space and then the name of the file. So the name of the file in this case is readme. So we're just going to do cat space readme and then hit enter. So we get this output over here. Congratulations on your first steps into the Bandit game. Please make sure you read the rules over at this website over here. If you're following a course, workshop, walkthrough, or other educational activity, please inform the instructor about the rules as well and encourage them to contribute to the Over-the-Wire community so we can keep these games free. The password you're looking for is this. So everybody, this is the password for the next level. On each one of these Bandit CTF levels, the goal is to get access to this password here. Not necessarily this password, but the password for the next level. And we're currently working as the Bandit 0 user. So this is the password for the Bandit 1 user. So we can go ahead and copy this, and then we can record it somewhere. So everybody, let me just give everybody the password for the next level. We've got ads running on Twitch. Digital Warhead, hello, nice to see you here. And we've got ads running on Twitch, so everybody on YouTube also gets an ad. And let's give everybody some birds while we take a little break. We're going to be back in about a minute or so. We're just going to take a little break because everybody has to watch ads and we don't want to do anything while everybody else is watching ads. We'll be back in about a minute. So it's more antics from the Stellar Jays here. They love these peanuts. They love the shelled peanuts. They'll grab the peanuts and they'll start shaking them around because they need to find out which one is a good peanut. And they're gonna just slowly shake the peanuts and figure out which peanut is the good peanut. Anyways, let's that's a feisty bird. Okay, let's go ahead and put the birds away, and then we will continue. Okay, everybody, so this is the password for the next level. We just need to copy it and then keep it somewhere. So you can keep it in some other... Net says that one is picky. Yeah, they're all picky. Let's see. Jake Mr. X says, how is he eating? That is big. Yeah, I think So when they want to eat the peanuts, they'll usually break the peanuts apart and then get the little peanut out. But they like the shelled peanuts because they can they're gonna hide them somewhere, and then they're going to go and get the peanuts later when they're hungry. Okay, so we got the password over here. This is the password we're going to get for the next level. Let's talk a little bit about what we did in the previous level before we move on. So the command to read a file in Linux is the cat command. So the cat command syntax is going to be cat space file name. For example, cat space readme. So this is how we read a file inside of Linux. So in the contents of the file, we see the password for the next level, which we will use to SSH, which we will use with SSH to log in as the Bandit1 user. Okay, so everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the Bandit 0 level from overthewire.org. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, we're not leaving. I just need to record those intros and outros for the YouTube videos. But thank you very much for understanding. All right, so let's go ahead and move on to. Net says, do you have a preference on notes like Obsidian, Cherry Tree, Notion? I do most of my notes just on GitHub. So on GitHub, you can make Markdown files. And let me just do an example Markdown file for Bandit level 0. So I'm just going to call this one Bandit. Actually, I'm just going to call this level 0, level 00.md. And I'm just going to quickly create a little write-up here. So let's see, username, that's going to be Bandit0. And then, so password, I guess the password is going to be Bandit0. And let's see what else. We need a method of solve. So how do we solve how did we solve the room? We read the README file. And I guess we can give some exact commands. So we do ls, and then we do cat readme, and that's all we did. Okay, so we can commit this. And so to anybody who doesn't know, we can, inside of Markdown, we can give these triple backticks over here to activate code. So if we want to do code, we want to put it between these triple backticks over here. And anything in between is going to be interpreted as code. When we commit the changes, and we take a look, we're going to see that the formatting is going to be nice and easy to see, just like this. Let's see. Net says Markdown. Okay. So Help Philosophy says, for more complicated notes, I'll use Cherry Tree, but for local Markdown editing, I like Ghostwriter. Okay. Digital Warhead says, I got to level 21 in Bandit and then took a break, never picked it back up, still have the passwords. So Digital Warhead, the unfortunate thing about Bandit CTF is that they change their passwords every 3 months or so. So if you worked your way all the way up to level 21, you might find that your passwords don't work anymore because they change them every few months or so. But go ahead and check and see if your passwords still work. Okay, so let's go ahead and access the next level. All right, everybody. This is a guided walkthrough for Bandit. Sorry, everybody. This is a guided walkthrough for Bandit level 1. So the last time we were here, we just finished Bandit level 0. This is something I want to inform everybody. Each time you solve one of these Bandit levels, you want to exit from the server, because if you try to log into the server while you're already in the server, you're going to have a bad time. So to finish the level, you have to give this exit command right here. After you do that, you're going to see that connection to bandit.labs.overthewire.org closed, and then you're going to see that your prompt changes over here. This is what you want. So to access the next level, we can actually use the previous command, and in the Linux terminal, you can access your previous commands, your command history, by using the up and down arrow keys. So use the up and down arrow keys to access the last command you did. So this is the SSH command that we did for Bandit 0. We can use the left and right arrow keys to move inside the terminal here. And we're going to edit this so that instead of Bandit 0, it's going to be Bandit level 1. So move over to where the 0 is, and then press the delete key to get rid of the 0, and then put in the number 1. So the command now says ssh bandit1 at bandit.labs.overthewire.org -p2220. After you do that, press enter. And then it's going to ask you what the password is. Remember that remember the password from the last level. If you don't have it handy, you need to keep these passwords somewhere, and you need to copy them, and you need to paste them, because writing them in by hand is a big pain in the butt. So from here, you're going to want to right-click, and then select paste, and then hit enter. Okay, so that gets you in. So remember that these passwords are very long. Don't try to type them in manually. That is not a good way to do it. Okay, so this is Bandit 1. What do we need to do in Bandit 1? Let's talk a little bit about this. So in Bandit 1, we're talking about pasting in passwords. So when entering in the passwords for the Bandit CTF levels, we should paste in the passwords instead of keying them in, because they're very, very long, and that's not a good use of your time. Okay, we can right-click and then select Paste Clipboard, or we can use the keyboard shortcut Control+Shift+V, and either one of these is going to paste in the password. So we're also going to be talking about clearing the screen. So each time we see that the screen becomes a little bit cluttered, we can give the clear command, and then that's going to clear the screen, and then it's going to take us back to the top of the screen. Let's demonstrate this. So over here, we're on Bandit, and we want to go back up to the top of the screen. There's a bunch of stuff here. We don't want to see it. We can just type in the word clear and hit enter, and that's going to bring us back up to the top of the screen. So in Bandit level 1, we're going to be reading files with special characters. So this level requires us to read files with special characters, but if we try to read this file in a regular way, it's not going to work. So let's go ahead and go back to the level here. If we do ls, if we give the ls command to list out the file contents, it's going to tell us that the contents of the in this directory is this file called dash. So if we try to read this file like we did in the previous level, so we'd do cat and then the name of the file, which is dash, we're going to find that we suddenly don't have a responsive terminal. And this is because when we use a special character in Linux, it's not going to interpret that as a file name. It's going to interpret that as a part of the command, and it's going to mess up the program. So in this case, we can exit out of the program that's being the command that's being run with a special keyboard shortcut. So the keyboard shortcut is Control-C. So go ahead and on your keyboard, hold down the Control key and then hit the C key on your keyboard, and then you're going to get your terminal back over here. So that's exiting out of an unresponsive program. So quitting unresponsive programs, if at any time a program becomes unresponsive in Linux, we can use the Control+C keyboard shortcut to terminate the program. So hold down the Control key and then hit the C key on the keyboard. So the problem with this level is that there's a file name with a special character. And before we talk about that, let's talk about how we should be naming our Linux file names. So there are a couple of rules. There are 3 rules that we should follow when we're naming files in Linux. So number 1, file names should not include spaces. We can use underscores if we want to use spaces. For example, if we wanted to create a file called myfile and we wanted to include a space, we don't use the space, but instead we use the underscore. Digital Warhead says, you're right, password no longer works. Yeah, I think the people at Over the Wire, they change the password frequently because a lot of people publish the passwords, and we're actually going to be publishing the passwords ourselves, and I guess we're contributing to the problem. But yeah, they change the passwords every 3 months or so, and but yeah, unfortunately that's the way it has to go. Okay, so rule number 2, file names should not start with numbers because certain numbers are treated as special characters in Linux. So in particular, the numbers 0, 1, and 2 in Linux are special characters. So file names should not start with those numbers. And rule number 3, file names should never start with special characters. So we shouldn't use special characters in our file names in general, but they especially shouldn't start with special characters. So how do we read these file names with special characters then? We can read files with special characters by referencing the exact directory where the file is in. So in Linux, the current directory is referenced with a /. So we can use the cat command and then we reference the current directory, which is /, and then we reference the file that we want to read, which is the - file. So to reference a file named - in the current directory, it would be // Okay, let's go ahead and do that. So in Linux here, we would do cat // to reference this directory, and then the name of the file, which is the dash. After we do that, we see the password for the next level. So we're going to copy this and we're going to keep it somewhere safe. And this is Bandit, the Bandit 2 password over here. Okay, so from here, remember that we're not finished the level until we exit from the level. So we need to give the exit command. And Digital Warhead says, what happens if you do cat -sign? So cat -sign is going to interpret whatever you type into the program, and it's going to echo it back out to you. So I think let me ask really quick. I got this answer once before. So if we use this Linux command, what does it do? And then we cat -. So cat- is a special usage of the cat command in Linux. Here's what it does. It reads input from standard. It reads from standard input. The hyphen tells cat to read from standard in instead of a file. So it echoes input back to standard out. Oh, okay. That's why we kept on getting we kept on getting an echo. So can be used in pipelines. So this isn't very useful. Essentially, all it does, it basically echoes out whatever you give to it back. So you would do echo, and then it just does echo. But to get out of here, you just need to do Control-C to exit from here. Okay. All right, so everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the Bandit 1 level from overthewire.org. Everybody, if you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons in the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. All right, so yeah, let's go ahead and access the next level. So everybody, if you have any, this is a good opportunity to have any to ask any questions you might have about Linux. I'm not a Linux master by any means, but if you have any questions about what exactly we're doing here, these kind of levels are aimed at beginners, and if you've got a beginner level question, don't worry about asking it, because we've all been beginners before, and we've all felt like we shouldn't be asking questions, but that's not the case here. Go ahead and ask your questions. If I don't know the answer, I'll just look it up on stream. It's fine. Okay, so let's go ahead and access the next level. Whoops, over here. Remember, if you don't have access to a Linux machine, you can go ahead and use this machine over here, and you can just use this machine to access the Bandit levels. All right, so everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for Bandit Level 2 from overthewire.org. So to start off the level, let's go ahead and access Bandit Level 2 with the SSH command over here. X9 says, thank you for doing this. Let's see. I learned a lot from your channel. It's a great resource. Well, thank you very much. If you're learning, then I'm doing a good job. And if you're not learning, then I'm sad. Digital Warhead says WSL works great too for those who want to use Linux on a Windows machine. Yeah, but I'm just trying to give people the easiest way to access Linux if they don't have access to Linux, and probably the easiest way is to just use a website. Anyways, let's log into Bandit Level 2, and then we need to supply the password. Remember that you need to keep your password somewhere safe, and you need to do some copy and pasting. So paste in your password, and then hit enter. And now we're logged in. So what do we need to do? Let's go ahead and clear the screen, and let's take a look inside this directory here. So it looks like we've got a file called spaces in this file name. So the problem here is that the file name uses special characters. So special characters in this case means the spaces in here. And if we try to access this file normally, so if we try to use the cat command, thank you very much for following on Twitch, pseudonet. Thank you very much. And why don't you have a hack the planet on me?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Thank you very much for following, pseudonet. Okay, so if you try to use cat with the spaces in this file name, you're not going to have a good time. The problem is that each time you supply a space inside of Linux, Linux is going to think that each time you use the space, that's going to be the beginning of a new file name. So it's going to look for the spaces file, and it's going to look for the in file, it's going to look for the this file, and the file name file. The problem is that we're not trying to read 4 different files. We're trying to read one file that's called spaces in this file name, and we're going to have to find a way to read that file. So let's talk a little bit about what's going on. So this is Bandit 2, reading files with spaces in the name. So in this level, we need to read a file with spaces in its name. If we try to read this file normally, we won't be able to, since Linux interprets the spaces as the end of one file name and the beginning of another. So this is why it doesn't go over. And this is why it's not recommended to put spaces in file names. However, there's a couple of methods we could use to reference file names with spaces in them. So we're going to learn 2 different methods we can use to solve the level. And the first method is to wrap the name of the file in quotes. So it's either going to be single quotes or double quotes. This ensures that Linux will interpret everything in the quotes as a single object. So if we wrap spaces in this file name in quotes, then we're going to be able to read it. So let's go ahead and do that. So Digital Warhead says, I'm curious how space or tab will behave with autocomplete. Actually, it works. It works for autocomplete. Let me demonstrate over here. So if we do cat and then spaces, and then we hit tab, it's going to complete the file name, but it's also going to escape each one of the spaces with the backslash. So we're going to talk about this method in a little bit. We're just going to demonstrate the first method with the quotes first. So in this case, we're going to do some double quotes, and inside the double quotes, we're going to type in the name of the file. So it's spaces in this file name, and then hit enter. So this is the password for the next level. So we were able to successfully read the file because we gave the correct way to reference the file name in this case. So that was wrapping the file name in quotes. The other method is this. The second method is to insert a backslash character before every space in the file name. This lets Linux know that the space is not the start of a new file name, but part of the current file name. So if you give a backslash, whatever comes immediately after the backslash is going to be interpreted literally and not as a delimiter for something else in the command. So basically, this is you can escape and give spaces inside file names in this way. Let's go ahead and do that. So we do cat and then spaces, and then before the space, give a backslash, in and then backslash, and then this, and then backslash, space, file name. So each time we want to put in a space, we have to put in the backslash before it. And if we do it like this, then we're able to read the file and get the password. Okay, so this is probably a good opportunity to talk about tab autocomplete as well. So anytime you've got a long file inside of Linux, you can actually save yourself a bit of time and effort by using the tab key on your keyboard. So you start typing in the name of the file, and then afterwards you can hit tab on your keyboard to autocomplete the name of the file. So if you hit tab from here, it's going to complete the name of the file name, and then this saves you a lot of time. So we'll talk a little bit more about this in a later exercise probably, but just know that if you're typing in really long file names, you can just start typing in the name of the file name and then hit the tab key on your keyboard to autocomplete the file name or directory name. Okay, so we just need to copy the password here, and then we need to exit the level. So remember, you haven't finished the level until you exited it. So give the exit command, and then you're done. Everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the Bandit 2 level from Bandit Labs over at overthewire.org. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please leave a like and subscribe on the video, and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out! Okay, so we've only got, we have 2 more levels to do. And hopefully there's a lot of interesting stuff to learn about Linux in these levels. If you're a beginner, let us know if you have any questions about any of the stuff that we're doing, because we don't want anybody to feel left out, and we don't want anybody to feel like they're being left behind. We want everybody to be able to do these levels together with us. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Bandit 3 level from Bandit Labs over at overthewire.org. So to begin the level, first of all, we need to use the SSH command, and then log into the level, paste in your password, all that good stuff. So we're going to paste in the password, hit enter, and now we're logged in. Oh, what happened here?
Is this a hacking?
Cybernerd Dante successfully redeemed Is This a Hacking? Anytime you're using the terminal, you're doing a hacking. So if you're typing in the terminal, you're actually hacking. That's not true, but it's what people who don't know about hacking think about hacking. So if you see people typing in the terminal, they're like, "Whoa, are you hacking?" No, you're not actually hacking. You're just typing in the terminal. But okay, so we're going to be logging into Bandit 3, bandit.labs.overthewire.org, port 2220. Let me copy that password again. Paste in that password. Okay, so we're now logged into the Bandit 3 level. We're going to go ahead and clear the screen. Let's take a look at what we're dealing with here. Okay. So this is the first time we have to change directories. So remember that each location in a file system is called a directory, and we can actually move around inside of the file system by moving around to different directories. We're going to talk about how to do that right now. So Bandit 3, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to change directories. So in Linux, we can move into a directory by using the cd command. So cd stands for change directory. The syntax is cd space directory name. For example, cd space in here. So in here is the name of the directory. Cd space in here moves into that directory. So let's do that. So cd space in here, and then hit enter. And that's going to move into the in here directory. So if you want to know what directory you're currently in, we can print working directory with the pwd command. So give that command, and then it'll tell you exactly where you are in the file system. So it says we're in the home directory, the Bandit 3 directory, the in here directory. So a directory in Linux, you can tell that something's a directory if there's a slash before it. So slash in here means that this is a directory called in here. Slash bandit 3 means that the directory is called bandit 3, etc., etc. Okay, so we've got ads coming up in just a few seconds. I'm not going to keep on going. I'm just going to wait for the ad to run, and then we can continue. Okay, there's the ad. People on YouTube also get an ad, and I'm going to play some bird videos. How about these birds? Okay. All right, so we're going to be taking about a minute break while the ads run, and you guys can watch the birds. I'm going to have a little water break. Just a second. So whenever you've got birds feeding in a very tight area like this, there's usually some fighting that happens. So the bird that wants the food will usually chase off the other birds that are trying to get the food. These are sparrows, and no matter where you are in the world, you're going to see these birds, and they're pretty aggressive when it comes to food. But anyways, let's put the birds away and let's continue the lesson. Jake Mr. X says, "Do you have Discord?" We don't have Discord right now. We do have Reddit. So if you're interested in keeping tabs on what we're doing, there's a Reddit page over here for HackerFrogs, and we publish our streaming schedules. You want to send me crypto? That's give me a message on Reddit. But if you want to keep track of what we're doing, we publish our stream schedule on what we're going to be teaching each week. For example, this is week 13. Today is Monday, so we're doing Tryhackme, we're doing Over the Wire, we're doing Dockerlabs. So you can get the schedule over there. Okay, so what are we doing? So we use pwd to get our whatever directory that we're currently in. And let's go ahead and talk about what we need to do. So we're in the in here directory. If we do the ls command, we see there's nothing in this directory because nothing comes out. What we're dealing with here is a hidden file. Let's talk a little bit about hidden files before we solve the level. So checking the current directory. So if we want to check our current directory, we can use the pwd, present working directory. I guess it can also stand for print working directory. And it tells you what directory you're currently in. So in Linux, all directories start with a slash. For example, /home/bandit/in-here directory. So we're talking about hidden files. In Linux, any file or directory that starts with a dot, so the name starts with a dot, this is going to be considered a hidden file or hidden directory. This means that it won't appear when using the ls command in the regular way. So if we do the ls command, we don't see anything. But if we use the ls command in a modified way, then we can see it. So the current directory in Linux, so this is just some extra information. The current directory in Linux is denoted as dot. Remember, in the previous level, we used // to refer to the current directory. So, and because the name starts with a dot, it is hidden by default. So when we take a look with the ls command, we don't see the dot directory because it starts with a dot, so it's a hidden directory. So the same goes for the directory above the current directory, which in Linux is the .. directory. So in Linux, dot is the current directory and .. is the directory above the current one. And these are both hidden files. To see hidden files with the ls command, we have to use the command with the argument -a. So if you use ls with the -a argument, it's going to alter the output of the command by including hidden files in the output. So let's go ahead and do that now. So just for your reference, if we do ls with the -l, it's going to give the contents in a list form instead of just listing them out on a single line. It's going to give you on one file per list. Sorry, one file per line on a list. But let's go ahead and get that hidden file. So the hidden file we can access by doing ls-a. You can also combine these two. So you can do ls-al to get the effects of both of these. But if you do a by itself, you're going to see the dot, and then the ... hiding from you. So if you do ls-la, it's going to give you the same output, but in a list form. So this is usually how people use the ls command when they want to get some detailed information. So in order to read this hidden file, we just need to use the cat command again. So we're just going to do cat and then space, and we can actually do ... and then hit the tab autocomplete key. So you can just hit tab, and it's going to complete the name of the file. So it's a very convenient way to to save yourself some typing time. Okay, so cat ... hiding from you, and this is the password for the next level. So we can go ahead and copy this, and then we can exit the level. And to everybody who's keeping score back home, this is Bandit 4, and this is the password. Okay, so everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the Bandit 3 level from Bandit Labs from overthewire.org. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. All right, we've got one more level. We're going to cover one more level before we finish for the day. I hope everybody's been learning a lot about Linux today, and especially for beginners. If you're a beginner, sometimes you can tune into these cybersecurity streams, and it feels like everybody's doing some typing in commands really fast, and they're not explaining what's going on. If at any time you don't understand what's going on, please ask in the chat, and I'll try to slow down and explain all the stuff that I'm doing for the newbies, because I don't want to feel like any newbies are being left behind. Okay, so let's go ahead and solve this the final level that we're going to be doing for today. Everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Bandit 4 level from the Bandit Labs over at overthewire.org. So we're just going to use SSH to log into the level, and then after we see the login screen here, it's going to ask for the password. We're just going to copy and paste in the password from the previous level. Then we're going to hit enter to log in. Okay, so now that we're logged in, we're just going to clear the screen with the clear command, and then do ls to take a look at what's inside this directory. So this is the in here directory. So we can tell something is a directory if we do ls-l. We see that this is a directory, and the way we know that this is a directory, well, first of all, they color the name of the directory blue in this terminal here, but we can also see from the ls output here that this is a directory because it's got this D over here in the list format. So we're going to move into the directory with the cd command. So cd space in here, and that's going to move us into the in here directory. From here, we can do the pwd command to print our working directory, which is the directory we're in. So we're in the home Bandit 4 directory in the in here directory. And let's take a look at what's inside this directory. So if we do ls, we see that there's 10 files. So there are 10 files in this directory here. Let's talk a little bit about this. So in Bandit level 4, we're talking about text versus data content. And this is a very important concept to understand when you're working with computer files. So computer files typically contain one of two types of content, either human readable text or machine readable data. So if you read a file and there's a bunch of stuff that looks really strange, it's probably not it's probably not intended for humans to read. Okay, so let's demonstrate over here. So for example, we've got these files. So cat, and remember this file starts with a dash, so we can't read it normally. If we try to read this normally, it doesn't work. So we have to do the technique that we used in the previous level, and we need to put a // in front of the file name. So //-file00. If we read the file like this, it just gives you a bunch of garbage, and we can't read this. So what can we do? We can't read these files. Actually, the goal of the level is actually to read one of these files, but this is a good opportunity to introduce this. And this is the file command. It's a bit confusing, but there is a command in Linux called file, and if we run the file command with the name of a file, it'll tell us the contents of that file. So if we run file on file 00, it tells us that the contents of the file is data. So data in this case means machine readable data that people can't read normally. Let's see. Jake Mr. Axe says strings. Yeah, we'll talk about the strings command in a later challenge. But basically we're just trying to identify which files we can read in this challenge. We're going to talk about it. So files with data content are not meant to be processed by files with data content are meant to be processed by computer software. So when they're talking about data, this data here is meant to be read by software programs or by the CPU, and not by people. That's not going to be readable if you read it by using the cat command. So in this level, we're meant to find out which file contains text contents and not binary data content. It would be tedious to look through the files one by one, but there's a way to scan all of the files at once. So we need to look through all of the files and find out which one has human readable text. This is where the file command in Linux comes in. So the file command in Linux is used to return the type of contents of a file. So if we run it on a file with data contents, it's going to tell you that the contents are data. And we're going to combine it with this over here. It's called the star wildcard character. This is called star or asterisk. The asterisk special character in Linux is used as a shorthand for all files. So this does something called file name expansion. I think that's what it's called. And we can run a command like this one, the one above, to combine the file command with the asterisk wildcard character to run the command on all of the files in the directory. So if we let me demonstrate over here. So this is my my Kali Linux machine over here. I've got a bunch of files in here, and if I wanted to read all the files at once, I could do cat star, and the star in this case means all of the files in the directory. If I give this command, it's not going to let me read any of them because it says permission denied. Interesting, but it did try to read all of the contents in the directory here. But that's because I used this special character, the star character. But basically, we can combine the file command and then use it on all of the files in the directory by doing /star. So this is what we're going to do. So over in the Bandit server, we've got our 10 files here. If we run the file command on star, meaning all of the files in the directory, it's not going to work because there's a special character at the beginning of the file. So what we need to do is we need to do // to specify it's this directory. So we're going to do file and then space and then // for this directory. And then we're going to do star, which is all of the files in this directory. So if we run this command, it gives us this output. So it tells us the contents of all of the files at once. So all of the files in this directory are binary data that we can't read, except for this one, file number 7. So we can read that file and then get the password. Well, hopefully that's the password. Okay, so let's go ahead and read file number 7. So we just use the cat command again, // and then file 07. And this is the password for the next level. Okay, so we're going to copy this. And remember that this is the password for Bandit 5. And to get out of here, we need to exit from the level. All right, everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for Bandit level 4 from Bandit Labs from overthewire.org. Everybody, if you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. All right, so everybody, I hope everybody enjoyed these guided walkthroughs. Well, it takes a bit of time to create these little PowerPoint videos. I hope they helped you learn. Anyways, if you're done with the JS Linux terminal over here, you can just exit. Actually, you don't exactly need to exit. You can just tab out, close the web browser tab. Okay, everybody, we're going to be doing our challenge today. So in our challenge, we're going to be doing a Linux hacking exercise. So when we do Linux hacking, this is going to be a little bit more advanced than the other stuff that we've been doing today. And we're going to be doing a challenge from the Dockerlabs.es platform over here. So this is an education platform where you can download Docker containers. And Docker containers are little self-contained Linux machines. Well, they could be any OS, but most of the time these Docker containers have Linux running in them. And we're going to deploy these Docker containers, and we're going to hack the Docker containers to try to get access to them. We've been doing quite a few of these, and if you're looking for some easier Docker containers that we've been doing demonstrations for, you can access the playlist over at the YouTube page. So let me get that playlist. So Docker Labs challenges. Yeah, we've got 3 of them over here. Here is the playlist. But yeah, let's go ahead and do our challenge. So if you have any questions about how we're solving these challenges, let us know. I understand that if you're a beginner, it can be a bit hard to follow these hacking challenges. If you don't understand anything about what we're doing, don't hesitate to ask questions. And I'll be happy to stop and explain as best I can. Okay, so these challenges over here, they're grouped into difficulties. So we've already solved all of these very easy challenges here, and we're now working on these easy challenges. So another thing to note is that Docker Labs is a Spanish website, is a Spanish language website. So everything here is in Spanish. Sometimes the content is also in Spanish, which means we need to translate the Spanish to understand what's going on. But for hackers like us, we try to we'll work around the difficulties. Jake Mr. Axe says, "Hola, hola, hablas español." No es no es hablas español. I don't. Anyways, we can go ahead and download the challenge. Each one of these challenges here has a little download link. So the one we're going to be doing first is called API Base. So we're going to go ahead and click on this button here to download the challenge. And this is a good opportunity for me to play some music, because I've forgotten to play music for the rest of the stream. Let's do some upbeat music from Castlevania Symphony of the Night. It's one of my favorite side-scrolling old school retro games. Hope you enjoy. Okay, so yeah, I hope you can hear that, and I hope it's not too loud. If the volume ever gets too loud, let me know, and I'll try to lower the volume a bit. Okay, so we've got API Base. Let's click on the download button. That's going to download this zip file. So the great thing about Docker is that each one of these Docker containers is not very large. This one is 83 megabytes. If you were to do this using a virtual machine, this would probably be, I don't know, 500 megabytes or like 800 megabytes, so a lot larger. Okay, we've got the Docker container downloaded. I'm going to move into my downloads directory. now what we're doing is we're working inside of Kali Linux. So Kali Linux is a security-oriented version of the Linux operating system. It has a bunch of security tools pre-installed on it. It's very good for cybersecurity education. So we've got API-base.zip. This is the name of the challenge. It's in a zip file. I'm just going to unzip the file and then get access to the container. So I'm going to unzip API-base.zip, and I'm going to replace the autodeploy.sh script. That's great. Okay, so we've unzipped two files. API-base.tar. This is another compressed file. We also have this script right here, autodeploy.sh. This is a bash script, and it basically automates the Docker container deployment process for us. It makes it easy for us to deploy the machine. So the first thing we need to do is we need to make the autodeploy.sh file executable. And then after that, we see that we can now run this script. So we're just going to run autodeploy.sh. We need to specify the name of the Docker container that we want to run. And that's going to be API-base.tar. Gus Maxwell 7 says, very nice, very nice. Hey, nice to see some LinkedIn people in the chat. Thank you very much, Gus Maxwell. Hello. First timer, I'm doing Docker Labs with you, thanks. Yeah, if you have any problems running the Docker container, let me know. I'll try to, well, if you're having any troubles, we can try to troubleshoot. Okay, so remember that you need to make the autodeploy script executable with this command here, chmod +x. I'll paste that into chat. Okay, and then after that, you do /autodeploy.sh, API-base.tar, and then we deploy the machine. So in Spanish it says, estamos desplegando la máquina vulnerable, espere un momento. It says, we're now deploying the vulnerable machine, and then it gives you the IP address. So all of these Docker Labs containers are all going to have the same IP address, and this is convenient in some ways, inconvenient in other ways. But anyways, we're going to go to another tab. We're going to use Nmap to scan the machine. So Nmap is a program which we can use to determine what ports are open on a remote server. So we're going to run it with these arguments here. So -p- to run this on all the TCP ports. We're going to run it with common scripts and versioning information on whatever services we find with this argument here. We're going to run it very fast, but not too fast, with this argument here. And we're going to run it very verbose. So very verbose means that we're going to get output from the program before it's finished, which is important for longer scans, because otherwise we're going to be sitting around waiting for the scan to come back. Okay, so it looks like we got 2 ports. So what's going on? So we've got 2 ports open on the system. We got port 22, and this is running SSH. So port 22 is normally associated with the SSH protocol. It's basically how you log in to a remote server, and it's running this software here, OpenSSH. This version over here, 8.4. The other port that's open on the system is port 5000. So it says here on port 5000, it's running the HTTP protocol. So HTTP protocol is Someone says, "Are we doing Bandit?" We finished doing Bandit for today. We did up until Bandit level 4. And you know what? I forgot to record the passwords. If anybody has the passwords, let me know. Let me see if I can find the passwords. Man, I am Okay, Bandit 1, Bandit 2. I need to record the passwords real quick, everybody. Sorry, I'm just going to take a little... I just need to do a little bit of, Okay, level 00. Man. Sorry, it's so unprofessional of me. Level 01, MD. I'm just going to record the password for these levels. Password... Let's see, that was level 1. What about level 2? This is level 2. Sorry, I'll try to do this as quickly as I can. I can call this level 2. Okay, 2 more passwords. Just a sec. Password for Bandit 3. And then the password for level 4. And the last one we did was the password for level 5. Okay, sorry about that. Oh, Chris Gonzalez says, great music selection. Thank you very much. Yeah, we're just, this is the soundtrack for classic game. It's called Castlevania Symphony of the Night. It's got a really good soundtrack. Okay, so, sorry, port 5000. So we found port 5000 open on the system, and on port 5000 we're running HTTP. HTTP is unencrypted websites, and we see that it's running Workzug. Workzug is the Python web server. Python web server, it's usually not super secure. We need to check to see what's going on this particular website. Let's see, X9 says, my Kali did long installation for Docker stuff. Long installation for Docker stuff. So there's a guide for installing Docker on Kali Linux. Let's see if I can find it really quick. Kali. Yeah, installing Kali Docker on Kali Linux. You might want to take a look at this. X9 says, password for authentication. I did my Kali password. It didn't work. Huh. Someone says, I hate coding but love everything else about cybersec. Do you have any advice on how I should start learning coding? So, if you don't know coding, it is going to be an issue later on. Anyways, I'll talk about this in a minute. We're just going to take a little ad break. So, there's ads running on Twitch right now. We're going to take a little ad break. It's going to be about a minute or so. But in the meantime, you can watch the birds. This is my favorite video of the birds. It's their little bird bath. It's very, very cute. We'll be back in about a minute. And then I'll answer your question, someone. So, someone, you say that you hate coding. You love everything else about cybersecurity. What kind of job are you thinking about getting into as far as cybersecurity is concerned? Do you want to find some sort of role in cybersecurity? And what is that role? Do you want to be a pen tester? Do you want to be do you want to do forensics? What kind of specialization do you want to get into? If you can give me the answer to that question, I'll tell you about how much coding you need to know for that particular role. Okay, ads are over. We'll put the birds away. This is, man, this guy's just so cute. And let's see, X9 says, Jake, Mr. Hack says, software engineer, good cybersecurity. So here's the thing about coding. There are roles in cybersecurity where you absolutely do not need to know any coding. But I would say that if you want to get really good in a particular role, especially a technical role like pen testing or web app security testing, blue team, okay. Okay. Someone says, honestly, I haven't thought about it, about how far, but I would like to work in pen testing. Pen testing, when you do pen testing, you're going to be working with scripts, especially exploit scripts. For example, if you see that, if you see an exploit script over here, it's usually going to be written in C. You don't necessarily need to be able to code in C. You just need to know enough about C to understand the basics of what is going on inside the code, and that's gonna take a bit of training. Thank you very much for following Zemo-kun on Twitch. How don't you have a Hack the Planet on me? There you go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
So you'll usually, when you're doing pen testing, you'll work with C programming stuff, especially when you're taking a look at exploits. You'll also see a lot of exploits in Python. So learning Python as a minimum is probably something you want to look into when you're getting into when you want to do pen testing. But Python is not very hard to. Sorry, I'm stuttering. It's not very hard to learn if you give it some thought. I struggled as well. I struggled as well because I didn't want to learn coding. I wanted to do like cybersecurity stuff. I didn't want to learn coding. But there's a lot of resources for learning coding out there. Let me give you a good one for Python in particular. Let's see. I think it was on the Reddit. Jake Mr. Axe says C and C++. I think Python is probably the language you want to learn first if you want to get into cybersecurity, because you'll see Python the most. Because they do Python for a lot of different stuff. And let's see. Let's find some Python. Python. Python education resources. Okay. Let me go ahead and give this. Bosgan says free code camp. Yeah, there's a lot of different places you can look for coding stuff. I would recommend this one, the Skills for All link over here. Python Essentials 1. They also have Python Essentials 2. These are 2 free courses. Let's see. X9 says, should I follow the guide from this part and below, installing Docker CE on Kali Linux? So, hold on. Where did I put that? Docker Kali Linux install. Yeah, so this is the installation guide from the official Kali website. So this should work. If you're having a problem, let me know. Someone says, thanks, I'll take a look. I think if you want to get technical, you need to have a certain amount of coding knowledge, especially Python, but you'll also need to dabble in a few other languages as well. But when you start doing a lot of coding, other languages will become a lot easier to learn, because a lot of the skills and coding skills overlap. Thank you very much for following Nando GIF. Nice. Awesome. why don't you have a NanCat for you, NandoGIF? Okay, so let's continue. Let's see. X9 says I got an IP now. Great, great. Jason G says JavaScript. Yeah, if you want to specialize in web app testing, then you definitely want to learn JavaScript, because JavaScript is the language of web pages. So we've got port 5000 running this this web server. So let's go ahead and take a look at port 5000. Simon Dante says JavaScript and HTML4 for life. Yep. Well, it's definitely a good combo if you want to learn web app pen testing. So let's go ahead and take a look at this this web page on port 5000. So remember, if you want to reference a specific port, you want to use syntax that looks a bit like this. Okay, so it says here, no endpoint selected. Please use / to add a user or / users to query users. Huh. Okay, so this is, well, the name of the challenge kind of gives this away. This is an API. So an API is an application programming interface? Application something interface. Is it programming interface? It's basically how applications talk to each other, how they supply data to each other. These API endpoints are not really meant. They're usually not meant for regular users to see. Usually they're meant for developers or administrators. But anyways, let's go ahead and /add to add a user / users to query users. Let's get the users. Let's see if we can get users from the application. Invalid parameter / users. Invalid parameter, but it said we need to do / users to query users. Cybernerd Dante probably has a better idea of what we're supposed to be doing here. But let's go ahead and do some web app enumeration first. So what we can do is we're going to go into another tab. And Jake Mr. X says, guys, gave you the IP to hack him. Let's go nmap that IP. Yeah. If you try to access that IP address, you're probably not going to find anything interesting, because that's a local IP address. There's a difference between local IP addresses and internet IP addresses. X9 says GoBuster. Actually, we're going to use another tool. The first one we're going to use is Derb. And Derb is a very old web app pen testing directory busting tool. But we can occasionally find some... Okay, so we got add and we got console. Console, that's interesting. I wonder if we can access a console. So let's try /console. Bad request. /console. Okay, so we know that there's an add endpoint here that we found on port 5000. There's also these are 405 and 400. So these don't give you good responses. Console sounds juicy. It might require a parameter, maybe a post request. Yeah. Okay, we can check this out a little later. I want to start my. I want to do Nikto. So Nikto is a web app vulnerability scanner. We're going to see if we can find anything juicy with Nikto first. If we can't, then we're going to run another directory busting tool, and then we're going to do some manual enumeration. Okay, didn't find anything. So we're going to try this shiny new tool over here, FerrixBuster. So I haven't been using FerrixBuster for a long time, but it's another program that we can use for web app directory busting. And I don't think, if this is some sort of API endpoint, we probably don't want to look for too many file extensions. So HTML, PHP, I'm not too sure. And let's go ahead and specify the endpoint. It's going to be on port 5000. Okay. Alright, so basically we're trying to figure out which endpoints on the target exist, and we're going to do it using this FairXbuster program. So it's just going to fuzz the application, and it's going to try to find out which endpoints are legitimate on the application. So we've got a users endpoint, we've got an add endpoint, we've got a console endpoint, and we might want to test this using Burp Suite, because Burp Suite is going to let us do a lot more manipulation as far as the requests are concerned. So I'm just going to start up Burp Suite on Kali Linux. We can just go up to the search bar after hitting the home button, or sorry, the Kali button. This is the Kali button up in the corner. Send the FairXbuster command. Okay, so this is the FairXbuster command that I'm using right now. So if you don't have it installed on Kali Linux, you're going to have to install it first, but just type in FairXbuster and then hit enter, and if it's not installed, it'll ask you if you want to install it. You can just type Y to install it. It's not very difficult to do. Seclist has a good API word list. Oh, okay. Maybe I should be using that. Hold on. I'm just gonna exit out of here. I'll use the word list that Cybernerd Dante has provided. To anybody who doesn't know, Cybernerd Dante specializes in web app stuff. So Cybernerd Dante probably knows what the score is. Let me go ahead and copy that. So seclist is... Actually, where is seclist? Let me just look that up real quick. Oh, looks like my music stopped. Let me put on some new music. How about some Faster Than Light? It's another great game from a while ago. I think this game is like over a decade old at this point, but it's a great little science fiction space combat game. Okay, so locate seclists. Where are those seclists? User share seclists. All right. Okay, so Helpful Husky says, I remember when it came out. Yeah. I was playing a lot of FTL. Huh, something wrong happened. 404 like response and created new filter. Toggle with don't filter. Web content, API endpoints. Let me just make sure that that's the correct endpoint. Okay, so grep API. Grep API. Ah, right, there's multiple endpoints in the API directory. Okay. Yeah, let me... API actions... .txt, uppercase, lowercase. Let's try lowercase. Jason says, if you like FTL, check out Void War. It's FTL mixed with 40k like lore. Is it a 40k? Is it a 40k game, or is it, or does it feel like 40k? So, I think Jason's talking about Warhammer 40k, which is a big which is a big sci-fi franchise. Okay, let's try this new word list. Okay. Huh. Surprisingly not as many endpoints as I would have expected. Jason says, no, just inspired by. Okay, okay. So it's not exactly 40k, but it's it feels like 40k. Okay. Void War. Void War? Let me put that in another tab. Maybe I can look it up later. But thank you for the recommendation. Okay, thank you, thank you. So we've got, what did we find? We found add and users add console. Users add console. I think that might be it. X9 says I found users with the last Ferrex Buster, the one you sent here. Yeah, the Ferrex Buster that we did first found users add and console, and it was this one with just the regular Dirbuster word list. This one. Jake Mr. Axe says, why are you working in temp directory? So the reason why I work in temp directory, the temp directory, is because I don't want to have any of the stuff after I'm finished. I just want to make sure that everything's deleted afterwards, so that's why I work inside the temporary directory. I want everything to disappear after I'm done. 405 response, method not allowed. Those might want post requests. Maybe we can create users if we figure out the parameters. We should also look for documentation. So I don't know if we can find documentation. But if there's documentation, what file format is that going to be? I wonder if it's going to be like a TXT file, or if it's going to be something else. But let's just do the entire thing with the default word list. I think we're going to have okay luck using the default word list. But I'm going to start up Burp Suite. So to anybody who doesn't know, Burp Suite is a standard web app testing tool. It is very, very powerful. And a lot of people are intimidated by Burp Suite when they first start out. I was intimidated by Burp Suite when I first started doing cybersecurity stuff, because it was just it's such a big program, and there's just such a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff you can do inside of Burp Suite, but you need to get used to working with it, especially if you're working with a lot of web app stuff, because everybody uses it, and it is also very, very powerful. Okay, so inside of Burp Suite, I'm going to start up my Burp Suite browser. So I'm going to go from dashboard to proxy, and I'm going to open up the Burp browser. The Burp browser is a web browser that's attached to Burp Suite, which means that anything that goes through the Burp browser is going to get recorded by Burp Suite, and then we can do more testing after that. So let's go ahead and access the website. It's 172.17.02 on port 5000. No endpoint selected. /add to add user or users to query users. Okay. Let's go ahead and... Oh, okay. This looks like this is a JSON message, right? Because most APIs use JSON formatting for their messages. Okay. Let's go ahead and... Now that we've recorded that one message, we can go over to our HTTP history, and then we can start sending some new requests. So we're going to go over to history, and then the first request over here to the 5000 port to the default endpoint. We're going to put this. We're going to right-click on the request, and then we're going to send this to the Burp Suite repeater. So using the repeater, we can send modified requests and then get different different responses. So we're just going to go to the repeater. This is such unnecessarily intense music for what we're doing right now. Anyways, so we can send this request over here again by pressing the send button. So Chris Gonzalez says, "Are you going to use repeater on burp to manipulate requests?" Oh, sorry. I didn't see that that message before. But yeah. That's exactly what we're doing. Let's see. Sudonet says Kaido is nice as well. I haven't had an opportunity to check out Kaido, but I hear it's a very nice free alternative to Burp Suite. I need to check. Well, okay, Kaido isn't necessarily free. Or does Kaido have a free version? I don't remember anymore. I'm pretty sure it does have a free version. But these are all tools that we use for web app security testing. Okay, let's send this request, and let's get a response. We can go from request to response over here. No endpoint selected. Okay. So we're going to send to a different endpoint. So instead of get, well, we're going to send it to the... let's send this to the console web endpoint. We're going to send this, and then we get a bad request. The browser sent a request that the server could not understand. Let's see, I hear good things about Kaido, but I don't want to relearn a new tool. I'm too lazy. That's the problem. If you've got people who've been working with the Burp Suite for years and years, they don't want to learn a new tool. But I'm sure there's some new people who want to learn all about Kaido. So this time, instead of a GET request, let's try a POST request and see if it changes anything. Okay, so I wonder what kind of parameters we should send. XI says Kaido has free version but needs registration on website if... Okay. So you don't need to pay... You don't need to pay if you want to use the free account, but you have to register. Okay, so let's do... So let's do a GET request to users. So this request was also invalid parameter. So maybe we need to do... Let's try the post method and see if it does anything different. Okay, the method is not allowed for the request URL. So I think... Oh, user equals something. Okay, let's try that. So users equal... Well, we need to do a GET request. Let's try admin. Not found. The requested URL was not found in the server. If you entered the URL manually, please check your spelling and try again. Don't forget your parentheses. I haven't done question mark. Right. Okay. Yeah. Parameter, right. Okay, so that means... Would it be like this? No. We would put it in like... something like user equals admin, like this. Because it's still going to be the user's endpoint. Invalid parameter. Okay. Let's go ahead and take a look at... We got users, we got add, we got console. So I haven't done API web app testing in a long time. I need to retrain myself. So maybe we can do Alpha Victor Charlie. Alpha Victor Charlie, thank you for following on Twitch. You are now HackerFrog. Why don't you have a hack the planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, Helpful says, what if you post on ad? We could definitely try that. So we're gonna send a post request to the ad user. We need to send. Oh, if we do a post request, we need to send some JSON data. Helpful says, because Ferrex gives 405 method not allowed. 405. Hold on. So we've got 405 not allowed, 404 with users, 400 with console. What is the difference between try it blank, maybe the error will tell you what to send? Oh. Okay, so in Burp Suite, let's try it blank. The response is what is going on here? Key error username. Username. Okay. So it looks like key error username. Bad request. The browser sent a request this doesn't understand. So it looks like we need to send a username. I think we might also be able to do some server-side template injection. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what we can actually do here. Severino Dante says, hey man, when you switch from get and post, right-click and choose change request method, because if you don't, then your post won't have the correct content length. Oh, okay. That's a good point. That's a good point. Okay, so what do? Right-click and choose change request method. Okay. So post and then change request method. Okay, so it says, oh, so it changes over to get because I didn't put anything in the body here. Helpful says, looks like debugging is enabled and wants a username parameter. Leave it at get and then right-click. Leave it at get, right-click, change request method. Oh, okay. So this switches back and forth between post and get? Okay, that's cool. That's cool. All right, so we're going to do post. And we need to post. We need to send it as JSON. I'm pretty sure. So we need to send JSON data. How can we make some JSON data? Let's see. Maybe. Okay, so this is what JSON looks like. It's between these two parentheses. Let's see if I can make this nice and big. Oh, that's too big. Okay, so we want to make some JSON. We want to make username. Ooh, I can't. I thought that was going to delete it. Hold on. Anyway, username. Let's delete everything else. Okay, username admin. Well, let's just make a username called test first. Okay, so this is our JSON. And we should probably change the content type as well. What is content? Can I change content type? Application JSON. Okay, application. Oops. JSON. And we need to, well, it's going to auto calculate the content length. Hopefully it does. Anyways, let's send this. Response. We need to make sure this is a favicon so the debugger does not by accident trigger a request to favicon.ico, which might change the application state. So this is probably some sort of a hint, but I'm not too sure how exactly the debugger is going to change the application state. We've got debugging information in here as well. Okay, so it, yeah, it didn't... let's render this. Okay. Works with exceptions, bad request, key error. We've got all sorts of stuff here. Username equals request.form username. Did I not send the request in the right format? Username test. Maybe it doesn't want JSON. Well, I mean, okay. Let's get rid of the JSON then. In that case, it would just be... what would the content type be? URL encoded. Thanks, you guys. I'd have to look up this stuff otherwise. URL encoded. Okay, let's try sending this. Okay, it's still bad. Username equals test. Oh, right. Okay. Just like this. Well. Username. Request.form username. Okay. Let's check in with we got users, we have add, we have console. So users, I wish... okay, so what's 404 again? Response. Not found. Indicates the server cannot locate the requested resource. That's interesting. Mertz USA, and 187MDK. Hello, and welcome to the stream. Why don't you have, man, we have all sorts of redeems. How about, go to hack.
Mr. Hackme, please be excused from class.
Well, Kyle.
Yes.
You hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
Hope everybody's having a great day. Okay, so it says that not found. The server cannot locate the requested resource like a web page or file. In this case, it wasn't able to locate the console. No, it wasn't able to locate users. But what is 4? We got 400 for the console here. And 400... Mertz USA says, I'll go sleep, but I'll check and see if you're online again. Hey, welcome to the stream, and hope to see you again. Let's see, Helflowski says, I think I said the wrong content type application XWW form URL encoded. I'll check that out in a little bit. So what is the 400 response? Bad request. So the reason for a 400 response is typically due to a malformed request syntax, invalid request message framing, or deceptive request routing. Actually, so maybe I need to take a little API crash course. So X9 says, I put this at the end of my burp after changed the mode to post like you did, and I got message user added. Oh, interesting. Wow, X9, that's great. That's great. Let me try out the same thing. Yeah, okay. So in our request, it's to add, right? Username equals test and password equals admin. So like this, test and password equals username equals test, and man, okay, well, let's try setting this and see if it works. What was that? XWW form URL encoded. Check that one more time. Okay, let's try this. This is the post request. Tests, close the parentheses. Tests, one extra dash in content type. Content type. Oh, yeah, I see it. I see it. Okay. What was it? Username equals test and password equals admin. Oh, okay, okay. All right, let's see if this works. Message user added. Message user added. Okay. So if we've added the user, that means... So 201 created. Are we in? Are we in? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we're in or if we're not in. We could try sending this to... Pebble says, work Zoog, fun, maybe a command injection. So, if we're doing command injection, on Pebble, hey, welcome to the stream. If anybody doesn't know, Pebble has a great YouTube channel as well. They also stream on Twitch. Let's give them a shout out. Pebble asks, can you access the debugger from the error response? Yeah, actually, if we give... We do get an error response if we don't give correct information to this endpoint. Let me give an example of that. So if we just don't give anything, we get this stuff right here. So if we really wanted to, I guess one thing that we could try is we could just try feeding all of this stuff to. We could feed this stuff to the AI and see if it has any ideas. So we got our raw over here. Let's just get all this stuff, feed it to the AI. Maybe it can give us an idea or two. Copy that. May need to view it in the browser. Let me feed this to the AI. Is there some sort of injection vulnerability in this code? Okay, so what was the endpoint? Oh, whoa. The AI, there are several security vulnerabilities exposed in this code, primarily due to the WorkZug debugger being enabled in the production environment and poor input handling. Here's a breakdown of the issues. WorkZug debugger enabled in production, critical risk, okay. Exploitable via arbitrary code execution. If eval ex equals true is enabled, which it isn't here, but the debugger still leaks sensitive data. Pin brute forcing. The debugger's console can be unlocked if the attacker guesses the pin. Source code leakage. The traceback reveals internal paths, file paths, and logic. Okay, SQL injection. The traceback shows this vulnerable code. Username equals request.form username, no input validation. Connect via users.bb. If the query concatenates inputs directly, it is vulnerable to SQL injection. Maybe the SSH creds are in SQLite. Could, yeah. If the query concatenates inputs directly, exploitable via user equals admin password equals 123. This could bypass authentication or dump the database. Well, I mean, is it really that? Okay. I could try feeding this into SQL map and see if it can identify some sort of injection payload. So in that case, what is this endpoint here? This is the add endpoint, I think. This is the add endpoint. I would see if I can access the debugger. Okay, so we're going to the add endpoint. Method is not allowed for the requested URL. So we can't send a post request from here. Yeah, okay. So we go to Burp Suite. We would just send a post request here. Right click the response and click view in browser. Yeah, so this one over here. Oh, view in browser. Request in browser? In current browser session. To repeat this request, copy the URL and paste it into the browser that is configured. Okay, so I can just copy this. This is something I haven't done in a while. Thank you for reminding me, Pebble. So let's go ahead and... Okay, so this is what it looks like. This is the... Let's full screen this. So key user... It certainly does look like the debugger. Debugger caught an exception in your WSGI application. Brought to you by Don't Panic. Yeah. Huh. Are there any... Yeah, another question is, are there any, like, are there any credentials leaked in this ad, but Sometimes you can access the console via the debugger. It doesn't look like it here. That would be very... That'd be very, very exciting. Okay, so this is a copy-paste friendly version of the traceback. You can also paste this traceback into a gist. I'm actually very curious if I can actually access... So there is a console. There's a console endpoint, but I need to figure out what... what kind of information I need to send with the to this console endpoint. If I could get access to the console endpoint, then that would be really cool. I don't know if I can do it here. So let's see. Let's go back to the request. What were the other ideas that we had? We could let me go ahead. Helpful ASCII says, WorkZig console often has pin protection too. Oh, do we need to send a pin? Is that what we're missing? If we send a pin along with the console request? The console, Okay, so let me just do some research. So WorkZug, is that how you spell it? Console endpoint access. Debugging applications, WorkZug debug console bypass. WorkZug debug console bypass has a debug console that requires a pin. Okay, let's take a look. X9 says, after doing this post add, we get the secret. We get a secret in the burp raw response. Post add secret. Post to add. Post to add, right? We send this. We're looking for, what was it? Secret. Oh, okay. I wonder where we use this secret though. Yeah. I see it. I'm not too sure where we use this value though. What were we trying to do? Okay. WorkZug debug console pin bypass. So it's got a debug console that requires a pin by default. It is possible to bypass this with a nullify vulnerability, or use it as a local privilege escalation vector. Debug console will lock after 10 invalid attempts, which requires the server to be restarted for another 10 guesses. Okay, so we can't just brute force this. Okay. I wonder what other vulnerabilities the AI was able to spot. I'm just going to check over here. So this could authenticate or dump the database. SQL injection. That's something we could look into. Missing form validation. Hard-coded secret. The debugger exposes a secret value. Okay, that's the one that that X9 pointed out. If this is a Flask secret key, attackers could modify session cookies, elevate privileges if the app uses Flask login or similar. No HTTPS. Leak source code. Access add without a username field to trigger the debugger and view app.py. SQL injection. If the query is unsafe, you can inject payloads via the username or password. Inject payloads via the username or password. Brute force debugger pin. Use tools like workzug pin brute force to unlock the console. Is this what we're looking at this GitHub? Workzug pin brute force? Okay, so GitHub, actually, workzug. Man, how do you spell this thing? Pin brute force. Okay, what is this workzug pin brute force tool? Okay, so why the pin exists? To prevent arbitrary code execution. Workzug protects the debug console with the pin. How the pin is generated. The workzug pin is derived from machine-specific identifiers. Okay. Workzug pin brute force tools. Several tools automate pin brute forcing and calculation. Manual exploit. Workzug pin brute force. A Python script that calculates possible pins by guessing machine-specific values. Where do we find the script? And there's... Okay. Huh, really? Really? Does this actually exist? I should probably check this out. This thing. Okay, let me see if I can find that. The forbidden fruit. The forbidden word that I can't say. I can't say this word. If I say it, I'll get I'll get demonetized. Okay, let's go ahead and search for this. It was workzug. Pin? What if I just look for workzug? Okay, I think huh. Is this what we're looking for? Well, let's try it out. Okay, so if this is what we're supposed to do, what do we need to? So workzug 0.10 and older. So we're just trying to figure out. Oh, this is for very old versions of workzug. It might not work in this case. I need to figure out what version of workzug is being used. I think we know. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that this isn't going to work. This is workzug 1.0.1, and what we need to be 0.1. Okay, so this isn't going to work. So let's go ahead and get out of here. Okay, so let me search for this and see if it exists somewhere. Okay, there are a few different projects that that reference this kind of stuff. So this is a Kraken program. Tool aims to perform a something. Okay. You can't guess it without... I guess that means that we need to find another vulnerability first. Oh, by the way, Pebble, do you have like an article or something that I can look at? When you must have done this before in some other box, right? Helpful Husky says, I think since you have the attacker-controlled input on the... Attacker-controlled input on the API. I want to explore... We got, let's see. There are a few, but this is it's a dead end without LFI. Okay, so what was the, how do we add that user again with the post? We did username. Okay, let me look back. Post add username. Oh, Cyber Dante had a suggestion for command injection. Okay, let's try Cyber Dante's payload here and see if it works. Okay, so let's try sending this across. It says user created. Hold on. The vuln could be unrelated to WorkZoog. Well, I mean, it didn't look like it did sleep, but we could always try to get it to ping out to our system. So ping 172.17.01, and let's give it a count 4. And what do we need to do? We need to set up a listener, right? Oh gosh, what is it? I think it was... Is add the only endpoint? No, that's not the only endpoint. There's also a user's endpoint and a console endpoint, but I don't know what kind of syntax to send to the application in order to have it respond. Pebble, you know, you could you could give this box a try yourself. I'll send you the let's see. It is Dockerlabs, and is this one called API Base. I'll send you the link. Did we try users after adding that user? We should try, but we've got a lot of different stuff to do. Helpful Askew says there's an add users in console. Did we try users after adding that user? So it was test and password equals what? Keep on forgetting these things. Password equals test. Username equals test. Password equals test. We should also make sure... Oh, we got ads. Okay. YouTube people also get ads. Let's look at the... Actually, what about some happy birds? Here are some happy birds. They're not fighting. Let me have a little drink. I'll be back in a minute. Might want to URL encode that payload when we get back from burb time. Yeah, I think these are these are hatchling birds because it's usually like younger birds that don't fight with each other when they're eating. Older birds become more territorial. Anyways, end bird time. Okay, so first of all, I want to use what is the program that lets us record ping packets? It's called TCP dump, right? Yeah, TCP dump. So we need to TCP dump with TCP dump ping only. What is the filter expression? What is the thing? Ping packet. TCP dump ICMPI interface. Okay, so it's TCP dump. ICMP interface is Docker 0, I think. Docker 0. Oh, gotta sudo that. Okay, so let's go ahead and try to get the application to ping out to us. It says user added, right? But it didn't send the ping command. So Cybernerd Dante recommended that we should URL encode this. Actually, we'll URL encode this portion right here. I don't think there's too much to URL encode except for the dash over there. What was it again? What was the command called? Convert selection, right? Convert selection. URL encode all key characters. Okay, let's send that. Okay, didn't do anything. Sleep would have worked. I would check out users. Okay, so let's go ahead and get to users. Actually, no, we need to do post to users. So do post to users with the user that we created. And then Helpfulesky says, wonder if our username is reflected back. If the username is reflected back, then method not allowed. Okay, so method not allowed for the requested URL. Huh. So if we can't use post, then it's gotta be get, right? Because what else would it be? Invalid parameter. Okay, so right. So if it's gonna be a GET request, then we would have to send the username. Oops. Username equals test up here. Parameter fuzzing time? Is it parameter fuzzing time? Is it? Let's see. Change request method. Change request method. Okay, let's send that. Ooh, what? Or maybe SQLi on the add. Yeah. I was thinking about doing, Cybernerd Dante says, my favorite time. Is it? Why is this taking so long to come back? Let's try sending this again. get to users, username equals test. Yeah, what went wrong with this? Oh, we need a blank line. It's weird. You know what? I can do this manually. I can do this in my browser. Let's do that. Needs a space at the end of the request, blank line. So, User not found. Oh, we got a response this time, at least. Yeah. Error, user not found. Okay. So let's do test. Let's do admin. User not found. Okay. Probably SQLi here. Okay, if there is SQLi here, let's save this. Let's copy the file. We'll call this get users.txt. Okay, and then we can test for... No, we don't need this anymore. Let's see. Let's make another tab. We'll name this one SQL map. And let's give it a funky color. Let's make it orange. Okay, so SQL map. That's not it. What is it called again? Get users.txt. Okay, let's do HTTP error codes detected during run. Method not allowed 75 times. Get parameter username does not seem to be injectable. Hold on. Let me try. This didn't work out. Let's try another endpoint. So there's also the post request. So we did a post request to add. Yeah. So post request to add, we can try injecting here instead. So we send to here, then it says user added. We can save this. Copy the file. We'll call this post add.txt. Okay, and we'll try SQL map with this one instead. Okay, so it looks like the backend DBMS is SQLite. Do you want to skip payloads specific for other DBMSs? It's going to be a yes. For the remaining tests, do you want to include all tests for SQLite, extending provided level 1 and risk 1? Let's say yes. We're getting a lot of internal server error. Let's just look away from this. Thank you very much for following, aka Esechabon. Let me know how to pronounce your name. Thank you. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. You're now HackerFrog. Why don't you have a Nyan cat? There you go. Okay, let's just look away from this for a second. S2M Green, thank you very much for stopping by and using the emotes. Thank you very much. And we're just doing some API stuff. There's got to be a guide or something for API hacking. Let's see. API hack tricks. API web API testing, hack tricks, web API testing. There was another there's another site kind of like hack tricks that people were telling me about. I don't remember what it was called. Was it called Hacker Recipes? Portswigger maybe? Manual SQLI on users I'm feeling. Try to get them to return output with a valid user. Manual SQLI on users. Manual SQLI on users. So let's see. So we didn't use... It was get users. Get to users. Send it. What? So users username equals test. So username equals test. We could also try this. We could also try OS command injection with this. Well, okay, maybe OS command injection is not going to work. You created a user named Shyhat earlier, I think. Did we? What is this output here, though? Oh, we can't even render this. Wonder why not. Actually, let's see if we can look at this in the browser. Okay, we just get this. Test, test. Oh, okay. It looks like the username and password. Wait, does it give you the password? Does it give you the user's password in the output here? That would be really weird. Okay, so let's try username equals admin. Maybe this doesn't exist. User not found. Did we make one named Shyhat? User not found. We could try doing some fuzzing. We could fuzz with this request over here, and then we could try to find a valid username. And yeah, let me save this. Call this request. What kind of request? This is let's just call this user's fuzz. And we'll try fuzzing this with FFUF. Maybe we can get a valid maybe we can get some valid usernames that might take us somewhere. Where are we? We're doing some brute forcing. Okay, so we got a fuzz over here in the username field. And how will we do this? FFUF. Users, fuzz.txt. So we need to look for a good word list. So, usernames? Where do we do usernames? Locate. Okay, so top usernames shortlist. Top usernames shortlist, or should I do 10 million usernames? So this is Spanish. I could choose Spanish names as well. Spanish 1000 common usernames and passwords. Actually, I don't need passwords. I just need usernames. Let's try 10 million usernames. Okay. Oh, this shouldn't be... Yeah, this is a get method, right? So the question is, why doesn't it give us... Why doesn't it give us the response? I should be seeing stuff here. Oh, maybe I need to run this verbose. It's not showing 404s. Oh. Response status. Okay, so we got this running in the background. We got SQL map over here. That's still not really... You can test it with MC all to see if 404 show up. MC all. Okay. Okay, so... Yeah. So status 404, size... Let's just filter on size 32. Okay. Okay, so I hope this works if we're filtering on size 32. Docker container, brute force is working. SQL map is not having a good time. What were the other suggestions? Manual SQLi on users. So we send this to test. We created the test user. We get a response. It's this. What is the 7 and the 8? What do these numbers mean? So test. I assume that is... Oh, you know what? We should make another user and we should supply the password so we can confirm that one of them is the username and one of them is the password. So we should probably try that out. Okay, so that was post to add, right? Post to add. Let's just try hacker. Actually, we'll do user Tryhackme, and password is HackerFrog. Okay, try this. What? Why do we get a server error? It worked before. Username Tryhackme, post to add. I wonder if there's an ID parameter and you can just do ID equals 1. That would be super awesome now, wouldn't it? Okay, let's just make sure we got all our stuff in here and send this request. I wonder why this causes an error. Wait, what? SQLite operational error. Database is locked. Database is locked. What? Oh, the SQL map is probably... yeah. Right, okay. So I guess... yeah, okay. Maybe we need to stop the SQL map. Fuzzing and SQL map. Okay. Let's quit out of here. We got our, yeah, we have our fuzzing working. Oh, wait, what? What? We got a Pingu user? Really? We got a, okay, I gotta check this out. What's Pingu? Where is it? Huh. That's funny. Pingu your password. Is this SSH? We can check this out. We can Alright. No. Copy. Let's check this. Let's see if this is SSH. Pingu at. Okay, we forgot to erase the... Okay, let's try this again. Are we in? Maybe that's not the password. Okay, it looks like it's not... Looks like that's not the password. What do we see there? Pingu... Penguin... Azio? Let's try this password. Yeah, let's try this password. We're in!
We're in!
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Thanks to everybody, everybody's help. You really helped me get a sense for what was going to work and what was not going to work. Anyways, let's have Scary Hacker Voice Man talk about how we got in.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time. Thank you very much to Stan for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Thank you very much. You are now a Hacker Frog. Congratulations. Anyways, Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. API-based administrator, it looks like you configured your API in an insecure manner. It looks like we were able to do some fuzzing to find out what legitimate users are. Unfortunately, you decided it would be okay to have passwords in your output when we query for users. That was a big mistake. We were able to fuzz for all sorts of users, and we found your Pingu user. Maybe you knew about these security problems, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
All right, so we got in. Thank you very much to Stan for subscribing with Twitch Prime. If you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe to one person on Twitch each month for free. If you want to know all about that, what was it? What was it called? Prime. Yeah, if you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe to one Twitch channel each month for free. We got a little link that teaches you how to do that. And yeah, thank you very much to Stan for subscribing. All right, so we're in. What do we do now? Let's see. Helpfulesky says non-hashed passwords at that. Yeah, it would have been a little bit more difficult if we had to crack that password first. Okay, so X9 says, beautiful. Yeah, we're in. You got that password. X9, you got the password too, right? Let me paste the password into... There you go. Okay, so first of all, we want to figure out if we have any sudo L permissions. There's no sudo on the box. We're trying to do some privilege escalation now. Let's do SUID binaries. So we were talking about privilege escalation today. That was the HackerFrogs after school topic. And the way we find SUID binaries is with the find command. So permissions, this would be -4000. I don't think any of these are suspicious SUID binaries, but just in case, I'm going to throw this into the AI, and it's going to be able to tell me if any of these are unusual. So, DeepSeek, are any of these SUID binaries unusual? So there might be some extra credentials in the application. Okay, normal expected SUID binaries. Okay, potentially risky ones. Mount and umount. Mount and umount. I think these should be SUID binaries because they have to work as root in order to do file share mounting, don't they? Yeah, I don't think it'll be mount. Okay. Anyways. Alright, so it looks like SUID binaries are not the way. So let's go ahead and move into the home directory. Let's figure out if there are any other users. What? There's a database here with users? There's a PCAP? Oh man, okay. Well, actually, we should look inside Pingu's home directory for any clues. There's nothing here. Oh man, not the PCAP. Okay. Not the PCAP. All right, let's go. How big is this? Sudo L or getcap R. Getcap. There's no getcap command here. So we got our database over here. It's owned by root. We can read it though. We can read it. Oh. Can we just read it? Oh, okay. This is our user. Ad break. Ad break, okay. Ad break. People on YouTube also get an ad. SQLite3 users.db. Okay, so let's play some ads. We're playing some ads. We got some birds. How about... I want to see the happy birds one more time. There you go. These are the happy birds. I'm going to take a little water break. I'll be back in just a few seconds. Samurai Dante says the nice ones before they learn to start bullying. Yeah. I think baby birds are like hatchling birds. They're less about the bullying life than the adult birds. Adult birds become hostile and aggressive. Anyways, we got... So if anybody hold on. If anybody's wondering what kind of bird this is a house finch. And house finches, the males have this this red pattern on the head, and they're actually pretty fun little birds. Unfortunately, female house finches look like these. Well, they look pretty much like sparrows, like this. But usually males, bird males, have the they look extra flashy. Anyways, let's go back. All right, so what are we doing? Cybernet Dante suggested SQLite 3 users.db. Oh, there's no SQLite. SQLite 3. SQLite 3? Oh. .open users.db. Show tables. Oh, what are these commands? So SQLite commands. Show tables. Show. Gotta look this up. SQLite cheat sheet. Dot tables without the quotes. Users. Select star from users. Okay, so there's just one entry. So this is just so that the application has a database that it can access. So, oops, how do we get out of here? Quit. Okay, so there's the app.py, the network.pcap. Probably the pcap is probably what we want to look at. But just in case, I want to take a look at the app.py file just to make sure that there are no super important like credentials or something hiding in here. Oh, there's actually not very much here. Okay, interesting. So we've got this is the logic for these endpoints. So there's the add endpoint, which accepts the post method. So username equals username, password equals password, and that's how you add to users.db. It is vulnerable to SQLi. But how would where would we inject, and what would we inject? Insert into users, username, password. JSONify message user added. Okay. So there's also the user's endpoint, which uses the get method. So the get method is just going to select users from users. Select star from users where username equals username. Great. Otherwise, it's going to return users not found. There was a console one, right? I guess the console wasn't defined, so there's no actual console endpoint. Format strings. Okay, well, let's get out of here. Let's download this this pcap file. Oh, how do you use scopy again? Scopy, yeah, something like this. Okay, so scopy port 22. Some Pingu something, right? Pingu. And we're looking for, which directory is that in? Home network.pcap. Network.pcap. Copy it to this directory. Okay, we need Pingu's password, which is Pingu Agio. Okay, we got the file. So network.pcap is here. Let's take a look at it inside of Wireshark. So xdg open. It's been a hot second since I've opened up a pcap file. There's not okay. We can parse this. There's not very much here. How do I make this bigger? Because this is awful small for everybody. FTP data, yeah, this should be easy to interpret. Huh, okay, we've got a password. Password Balulero. Balulero. Let's record that. Balulero. Let me double check that. Balulero. Okay, we got one. Yeah, we should probably right-click to follow the stream. So follow TCP stream. Login root. Login root? Login root. Access denied. Login root, access denied. What were the other packets? There are not very many packets, so we can inspect each one of these. So access denied. Pass Balulero. Login root. What else is in here? Yeah, there's nothing else in here. X9 says, I must go to sleep. It was a delight to follow along with you. Wish you all the best luck. Maybe that's the root password. Maybe. Yeah, X9, thank you very much for showing up. You had some good stuff to... you had some good input. Thank you. Thank you very much for taking a look at that application with us. And hope you have a good night. Let's give you a Hack the Planet to see you out. Hack the Planet. And have a good night.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so let's try that password. It might be... This might be the root password. TCP dump. Okay. This might be the root password. Let's go ahead and give it a try. That was the root password. Okay. All right. Wow. That means...
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, so we can go into the root directory, and we see that there is nothing here. Alright, that's fine. We're just going to do some some defacement. We're going to do some leave a message for the administrators of this of the server. So we're just going to echo into graffiti.txt, and what are we going to... HackerFrogs rule. HackerFrogs rule. What else? Please don't have your API endpoint expose user passwords. Also, don't leave network pcap files lying around that. Expose your root password. Okay, thanks. Okay, thanks. Bye. Smiley face. Okay. And let's make sure that the graffiti file is here. Okay. we left a message for the server administrators. Great. Yeah, this was a fun little challenge. I got to you left a message. We need to leave a message. We need to send a message. Is what we need to do. Yeah. This was not bad. Not bad. I learned some stuff for future PCAPs, of course. Let's see. A long time ago, I wrote a bash script that automatically parses PCAP files. Parses PCAP files. Huh. What does it look for, Cybernerd Dante? And let's take a look at the file now. Future PCAPs. Future PCAPs. Okay, Purple Shark is a bash script that automatically extracts useful network traffic data from a PCAP file. PCAP files can be hard to read and analyze, so my team and I automated the process for our graduation project at Full Stack Academy. The script consists of 162 lines of bash code and extracts network traffic data from a PCAP using T-Shark. You must have T-Shark and Zenity installed in order to run this program. Zenity? I've never heard of that program. I've heard of T-Shark. I don't know if I have T-Shark and... T-Shark. We have T-Shark. Yeah. I don't know about Zenity. Yeah. I would have to install that to use it. It might have found that password, and Zenity comes automatically with Kali Linux. Oh, never mind. Zenity not found, but you can install it. Sudo apt install Zenity. Do you want to install it? Let's try installing it. Let's try out the script to see if it would have found the password. Space needed 12 megabytes. I think we can afford that. Let's go ahead and do another playlist. If anybody hasn't played Shovel Knight before, Shovel Knight is another great side-scroller like retro style game. It's got a really great soundtrack as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and run the script. Actually, I need to download the thing first. So yeah, let's go ahead and give this a go. So Purple Shark. Let's go ahead and copy that. Purple. Okay, so it chooses a file, just run Purple Shark. It chooses a file to run. Oh, okay. Let's do that. I'm trusting you, Cybernerd Dante, that that the script isn't going to delete everything on my hard drive. Yeah. Anyways. You probably should review code that scripts that you're gonna run on your computer. You know, just as a matter of fact, rm-rf incoming. Well, as long as we don't have to run it with sudo, it should be okay. If it does just report me to the FBI, I live in Canada, so we're not exactly on the same page. Anyways, Purple Shark script, and let's run it. Just run it. Welcome to Purple Shark. Shall we analyze a PCAP? I guess we'll say yes. And then we select one. I think we could have done this a little simpler, but you know, I'm not going to complain too hard. Okay, this is in the temp directory. It's this word, network trace.pcap. Okay, so it finished. Does that mean it created a file? It creates a directory with a bunch of files with info in it. Okay, so where's that directory? Oh, in the... Oh, it creates this purple directory. Okay. Okay, we got emails, we got HTTP requests, we got IP info, logins, MAC addresses, objects, protocols. So let's try... Let's see if we found any emails. Nope. Let's see if we found HTTP requests. No. Let's see if we found IP info. Probably found some IP info. No. Logins. Let's try logins. Okay, we've got possible logins.txt here. Okay, let's see. Logins, MAC addresses. MAC addresses, objects, protocols. I'm sure it works better on larger PCAP files. In purple, just do ls star. Ah, okay. So ls star? Helpful Husky, thank you. Thank you for... That's probably something I'm going to be doing more often. This is a very useful thing to do. Okay, so... Let's try downloading a random PCAP file. Maybe we can get one from... Maybe we can get one from PicoCTF? And we'll try it out. Let's see. Let's look in the forensics category. Okay, so we've got some PCAP poisoning. Okay, we'll try it on this file. Okay, so let's run the program again. Oh, wrong directory. Shall we analyze the PCAP? Let's do it. Okay, let's run it on trace.pcap and downloads. Oh, do I need to delete the purple directory first? Or is it gonna... No, I think it overwrote the file. Yeah, so it shouldn't be. All right. What are those directories again? Emails, email packets. Oh, okay. No email packets. Verbose email packets. IP info. All addresses.txt. Okay, we got some IP addresses here. And we got the number. I'm assuming that this is the number of requests that contain the IP addresses. Okay. We got IP addresses. We have that was all IP addresses. Yeah. So destination IP addresses, source addresses. Awesome. Yeah, this is cool. Let's see. Credentials.txt, possible logins.txt. Let's take a look. Okay, cool. Username, root, password, tour. Our login. We got some data over here. Yeah. No, this is very cool. Okay, so possible logins and credentials.txt. Let's see what is in credentials.txt. Didn't find anything here. MAC addresses.txt. Okay, that is under MAC addresses. Well, we got something. Server Dante says, thanks for trying it out. Sorry to take up time on this. No, don't worry. I hate manually reading PCAPs unless I have to. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Zirin, thank you very much. And how about a Hack the Planet just for you?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
But yeah, Cybernerd Dante, don't worry about using time on the stream. I really don't like pouring through PCAP files either. If I could use a program to do some parsing of PCAP file data, I very much appreciate that. Yeah. But thank you very much for letting me know about this script over here. But let me grab the link one more time. So if anybody's interested in the script that Cybernerd Dante created, there it is in chat. Okay, so it looks like I might actually get done on time for once, but yeah. All right. Let's see if there are any cool people on infosecstreams.com. If anybody doesn't know, this is a great little resource where you can find all sorts of great Twitch streamers and YouTube streamers who do cybersecurity content. It'll tell you if the person is online. They also have links to their Twitch channels and YouTube channels. And I see Slyborg is online. I wonder if they're doing something cool. Let's check them out. Need to make sure that they're actually doing cybersecurity stuff. So running Slyborg is... what are they doing? It looks like they're doing Tryhackme stuff. Okay, let's raid into Slyborg's channel then. When you arrive on Slyborg's channel, if you could please send this raid message, frog hip hop hack frog, I would really appreciate it. We're gonna be back on. We're gonna be doing more hacking on Wednesday. We're gonna be finishing off our privilege escalation for our network hacking course, and we're gonna be doing web apps because it's Web App Wednesday. So let's do one last Hack the Planet, and let's do a shout out for all the great chatters today. Oh, it looks like Ironheaded Webby. Thank you very much for. It looks like the cooldown is still on Hack the Planet. Let's do a Nyan Cat to see us out. Oh, how do you spell Slyborg? Need to copy this thing. Okay, so we're gonna raid out in just a little bit, but thank you very much to everybody who came by to chat today and to learn about cybersecurity. Thank you very much to Cybernerd Dante and Pebble and Helpful Husky. And if you want to be shouted out, leave a message in chat right now. Good friends like X9, as well as who else was chatting? Chris Gonzalez, thank you very much for coming by and chatting. And let's see. And S2M Green, thank you. We'll be back on Wednesday, everybody. Remember to hack the planet, and we will see you next time. Remember to give the raid message hip hop hack with the frog.